Chapter 1. Hercule Poirot sat at breakfast in his small but agreeably cozy flat in Whitehall Mansions. He had enjoyed his brioche and his cup of hot chocolate. Unusually, for he was a creature of habit and rarely varied his breakfast routine. He had asked his valet, George, to make him a second cup of chocolate. While he was awaiting it, he glanced again at the morning's post which lay on his breakfast table, meticulously tidy as always. He had placed the discarded envelopes in one neat pile. They had been opened very carefully, with the paper knife in the form of a miniature sword which his old friend Hastings had given him for a birthday many years ago. A second pile contained those communications he found of no interest. Circulars, mostly, which in a moment he would ask George to dispose of. The third pile consisted of those letters which would require an answer of some kind, or at least an acknowledgment. These would be dealt with after breakfast, and in any case, not before 10 o'clock. Poirot thought it not quite professional to begin a routine working day before 10. When he was on a case, well, of course that was different. He remembered that once he and Hastings had set out well before dawn in order to... But no, Poirot did not want his thoughts to dwell on the past, the happy past, their last case, involving an international crime organization known as the Big Four, had been brought to a satisfactory conclusion, and Hastings had returned to the Argentine, his wife, and his ranch, though his old friend was temporarily back in London on business connected with the ranch. It was highly unlikely that Poirot and he would find themselves working together again to solve a crime. Was that why Hercule Poirot was feeling restless on this fine spring morning in May 1934? Ostensibly retired, he had been lured out of that retirement more than once when an especially interesting problem had been presented to him. He had enjoyed being on the scent again, with Hastings by his side to act as a kind of sounding board for his ideas and theories. But nothing of professional interest had presented itself to Poirot for several months. Were there no imaginative crimes and criminals any more? Was it all violence and brutality? The kind of sordid murder or robbery which was beneath his, Poirot's, dignity to investigate. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival, silently at his elbow, of George, with that second and welcome cup of chocolate. Welcome, not only because Poirot would enjoy the rich, sweet taste, but also because it would enable him to postpone, for a few more minutes, the realization that the day, a fine sunny morning, stretched before him with nothing more exciting in prospect than a constitutional in the park and a walk through Mayfair to his favorite restaurant in Soho, where he would lunch alone on what now? Perhaps a little pâté to begin, and then the sole bonne femme, followed by, he became aware that George, having placed the chocolate on the table, was addressing him. The impeccable and imperturbable George, an intensely English, rather wooden-faced individual, had been with Poirot for some time now, and was all that he wished in the way of a valet, completely incurious, and extraordinarily reluctant to express a personal opinion on any subject. George was a mine of information about the English aristocracy, and as fanatically neat as the great detective himself. Poirot had more than once said to him, "You press admirably the trousers, George, but the imagination, You possess it not, imagination. However, Hercule Poirot possessed in abundance. The ability to press a pair of trousers properly was, in his opinion, a rare accomplishment. Yes, he was indeed fortunate in having George to look after him. And so I took the liberty, sir, of promising that you would return the call this morning. George was saying, I do beg your pardon, my dear George, replied Poirot. My attention was wandering. Someone has telephoned. You say yes, sir. It was last night, sir. While you were out at the theater with Mrs. Oliver, I had retired to bed before you arrived home, and thought it unnecessary to leave a message for you at that late hour. Who was it who called? The gentleman said he was Sir Claud Amory. Sir, he left his telephone number, which would appear to be somewhere in Surrey. The matter, he said, was a somewhat delicate one, and when you rang, you were not to give your name to anyone else, but were to insist on speaking to Sir Claud himself. Thank you. George, leave the telephone number on my desk, said Poirot. I shall ring Sir Claud after I have perused this morning's Times. It is still a trifle early in the morning for telephoning, even on somewhat delicate matters. George bowed and departed, while Poirot slowly finished his cup of chocolate and then repaired to the balcony with that morning's newspaper. A few minutes later, the Times had been laid aside. The international news was, as usual, depressing. That terrible Hitler had turned the German courts into branches of the Nazi Party. The fascists had seized power in Bulgaria and, worst of all, in Poirot's own country, Belgium. 42 miners were feared dead after an explosion at a mine near Mons. The home news was little better. Despite the misgivings of officials, women competitors at Wimbledon were to be allowed to wear shorts this summer, nor was there much comfort in the obituaries, for people Poirot's age and younger seemed intent on dying. His newspaper abandoned, Poirot lay back in his comfortable wicker chair, his feet on a small stool. Sir Claud Amory, he thought to himself. The name struck a chord. Surely, he had heard it somewhere. Yes, this Sir Claud was well known in some sphere or other. But what was it? Was he a politician, a barrister, a retired civil servant? Sir Claud Amory, Amory. The balcony faced the morning sun, and Poirot found it warm enough to bask in for a moment or two. Soon it would become too warm for him, for he was no sun worshipper. When the sun drives me inside, he mused. Then I will exert myself and consult the who's who. If this Sir Claud is a person of some distinction, he will surely be included in that so admirable volume. If he is not, the little detective gave an expressive shrug of his shoulders. An inveterate snob, he was already predisposed in Sir Claud's favor by virtue of his title. If he were to be found in Who's Who, a volume in which the details of Poirot's own career could also be discovered, then perhaps this Sir Claud was someone with a valid claim on his, Hercule Poirot's, time and attention. A quickening of curiosity and a sudden cool breeze combined to send Poirot indoors. Entering his library, he went to a shelf of reference books and took down the thick red volume whose title, Who's Who, was embossed in gold on its spine. Turning the pages, he came to the entry he sought and read aloud. Amory, Sir Claud Herbert, Kate, 1927, B. 24. Novarchi 1878, M. 1907. Helen Graham D. 1929. 1. S. Duke Weymouth Graham, Shush. King's Call, London. Research Physicist GEC Laboratories, 1905. Trey Fambro Radioda, 1916, Airmen. Research Establishment, Swanage, 1921. Demonstrated a new principle for accelerating particles, the traveling wave linear accelerator, 1924. Awarded Monroe Medal of Physical Saki, Publications, Papers in Learned Journals, Address, Abbots Cleeve, Nar, Market Cleeve, Surrey, T, Market Cleeve 304, Club Athenaeum. Ah, yes. Poirot mused, the famous scientist. He remembered a conversation he had had some months previously with a member of His Majesty's government. After Poirot had retrieved some missing documents whose contents could have proved embarrassing. They had talked of security, and the politician had admitted that security measures in general were not sufficiently stringent. For instance, he had said, "What Sir Claud Amory is working on now is of such fantastic importance in any future war, but he refuses to work under laboratory conditions where he and his invention can be properly guarded. Insists on working alone at his house in the country. No security at all. Frightening. I wonder," Poirot thought to himself as he replaced Who's Who on the bookshelf. I wonder, can Sir Claude want to engage Hercule Poirot to be a tired old watchdog? The inventions of war, the secret weapons, they are not for me. If Sir Claude, the telephone in the next room rang, and Poirot could hear George answering it. A moment later, the valet appeared. "It's Sir Claud Amory again." "Sir," he said. Poirot went to the phone. "Hello, it is Hercule Poirot who speaks," he announced into the mouthpiece. "Poirot, we've not met, though we have acquaintances in common. My name is Amory, Claude Amory. I have heard of you." "Of course." "Sir Claude," Poirot responded. "Look here, Poirot. I've got a devilishly tricky problem on my hands. Or rather, I might have. I can't be certain. I've been working on a formula to bombard the atom. I won't go into details. But the Ministry of Defense regards it as of the utmost importance. My work is now complete, and I've produced a formula from which a new and deadly explosive can be made. I have reason to suspect that a member of my household is attempting to steal the formula. I can't say any more now, but I should be greatly obliged if you would come down to Abbots Cleeve for the weekend. As my house guest, I want you to take the formula back with you to London and hand it over to a certain person at the ministry. There are good reasons why a ministry courier can't do the job. I need someone who is ostensibly an unobtrusive, unscientific member of the public, but who is also astute enough." Sir Claude talked on, Hercule Poirot, glancing across at the reflection in the mirror of his bald, egg-shaped head and his elaborately waxed mustache, told himself that he had never before, in a long career, been considered unobtrusive. Nor did he so consider himself, but a weekend in the country and a chance to meet the distinguished scientist could be agreeable. Plus, no doubt, the suitably expressed thanks of a grateful government, and merely for carrying in his pocket from Surrey to Whitehall an obscure, if deadly, scientific formula. I shall be delighted to oblige you. My dear Sir Claude, he interrupted. I shall arrange to arrive on Saturday afternoon, if that is convenient to you, and return to London, with whatever you wish me to take with me, on Monday morning. I look forward greatly to making your acquaintance. Curious, he thought, as he replaced the receiver. Foreign agents might well be interested in Sir Claude's formula. But could it really be the case that someone in the scientist's own household? Ah, well, doubtless more would be revealed during the course of the weekend. George, he called, please take my heavy tweed suit and my dinner jacket and trousers to the cleaners. I must have them back by Friday, as I am going to the country for the weekend. He made it sound like the steppes of Central Asia, and for a lifetime. Then, turning to the phone, he dialed a number and waited for a few moments before speaking. My dear Hastings, he began, would you not like to have a few days away from your business concerns in London? Surrey is very pleasant at this time of the year. Chapter 2. Sir Claud Amory's House. Abbott's Cleeve stood just on the outskirts of the small town, or rather, overgrown village, of Market Cleeve, about 25 miles southeast of London. The house itself, a large but architecturally nondescript Victorian mansion, was set amid an attractive few acres of gently undulating countryside. Here and there, heavily wooded, the gravel drive, from the gatehouse up to the front door of Abbott's Cleeve, twisted its way through trees and dense shrubbery. A terrace ran along the back of the house, with a lawn sloping down to a somewhat neglected formal garden. On the Friday evening, 2 days after his telephone conversation with Hercule Poirot, Sir Claude sat in his study, a small but comfortably furnished room, on the ground floor of the house. On the east side, outside, the light was beginning to fade. Sir Claude's butler, Treadwell, a tall, lugubrious-looking individual with an impeccably correct manner, had sounded the gong for dinner 2 or 3 minutes earlier, and no doubt the family was now assembling in the dining room on the other side of the hall. Sir Claude drummed on the desk with his fingers, his habit when forcing himself to a quick decision. A man of medium height and build in his 50s, with graying hair brushed straight back from a high forehead and eyes of a piercingly cold blue. He now wore an expression in which anxiety was mixed with puzzlement. There was a discreet knock on the study door, and Treadwell appeared in the doorway. "Excuse me, Sir Claude. I wondered if perhaps you had not heard the gong." Yes, Treadwell. That's all right. Would you tell them I shall be in very shortly? Say I'm caught on the phone. In fact, I am about to make a quick phone call. You may as well begin serving." Treadwell withdrew silently, and Sir Claude, taking a deep breath, pulled the telephone towards himself, extracting a small address book from a drawer of his desk. He consulted it briefly and then picked up the receiver. He listened for a moment and then spoke. "This is Market Cleeve 304. I want you to get me a London number." He gave the number, then sat back, waiting. The fingers of his right hand began to drum nervously on the desk. Several minutes later, Sir Claud Amory joined the dinner party, taking his place at the head of the table, around which the 6 others were already seated. On Sir Claude's right sat his niece, Barbara Amory, with Richard, her cousin, and the only son of Sir Claude. Next to her, on Richard Amory's right, was a house guest, Dr. Corelli, an Italian. Continuing round, at the opposite end of the table to Sir Claude sat Caroline Amory, his sister, a middle-aged spinster. She had run Sir Claude's house for him ever since his wife died some years earlier. Edward Rayner, Sir Claude's secretary, sat on Miss Amory's right with Lucia, Richard Amory's wife, between him and the head of the household. Dinner, on this occasion, was not at all festive. Caroline Amory made several attempts at small talk with Dr. Corelli, who answered her politely enough without offering much in the way of conversation himself. When she turned to address a remark to Edward Rayner, that normally polite and socially suave young man gave a nervous start, mumbled an apology, and looked embarrassed. Sir Claude was as taciturn as he normally was at mealtimes, or perhaps even more so. Richard Amory cast an occasional, anxious glance across the table at his wife. Lucia. Barbara Amory alone seemed in good spirits and made spasmodic light conversation with her Aunt Caroline. It was while Treadwell was serving the dessert course that Sir Claude suddenly addressed the butler, speaking loudly enough for all at the dinner table to hear his words. "Treadwell," he said, "would you ring Jackson's Garage in Market Cleave and ask them to send a car and drive her to the station to meet the 8:50 from London? A gentleman who is visiting us after dinner will be coming by that train." "Very well, Sir Claude," replied Treadwell as he left. He was barely out of the room when Lucia, with a murmured apology, got up abruptly from the table and hurried out, almost colliding with the butler as he was about to close the door behind him. Crossing the hall, she hurried along the corridor and proceeded to the large room at the back of the house. The library, as it was generally called, served normally as a drawing room as well. It was a comfortable room rather than an elegant one. French windows opened from it onto the terrace, and another door led to Sir Claude's study. On the mantelpiece, above a large open fireplace, stood an old-fashioned clock and some ornaments, as well as a vase of spills for use in lighting the fire. The library furniture consisted of a tall bookcase with a tin box on the top of it, a desk with a telephone on it, a stool, a small table with gramophone and records, a settee, a coffee table, an occasional table with bookends and books on it, 2 upright chairs, an armchair, and another table on which stood a plant in a brass pot. The furniture in general was old-fashioned, but not sufficiently old or distinguished to be admired as antique. Lucia, a beautiful young woman of 25, had luxuriant dark hair which flowed to her shoulders, and brown eyes which could flash excitingly but were now smoldering with a suppressed emotion not easy to define. She hesitated in the middle of the room, then crossed to the French windows, and, parting the curtains slightly, looked out at the night. Uttering a barely audible sigh, she pressed her brow to the cool glass of the window and stood lost in thought. Miss Amory's voice could be heard outside in the hall, calling, "Lucia, Lucia, where are you?" A moment later, Miss Amory, a somewhat fussy, elderly lady, a few years older than her brother, entered the room. Going across to Lucia, she took the younger woman by the arm and propelled her towards the settee. "There, My dear, you sit down here, she said, pointing to a corner of the settee. You'll be all right in a minute or two. As she sat, Lucia gave a wan smile of gratitude to Caroline Amory. Yes, of course, she agreed. It's passing already. In fact, though she spoke English impeccably, perhaps too impeccably, an occasional inflection betrayed that English was not her native tongue. I just felt faint, that's all, she continued. How ridiculous of me. I've never done such a thing before. I can't imagine why it should have happened. Please go back. Aunt Caroline, I shall be quite all right here. She took a handkerchief from her handbag. As Caroline Amory looked on solicitously, dabbing at her eyes with it, she then returned the handkerchief to her bag and smiled again. I shall be quite all right, she repeated. Really, I shall... Miss Amory looked unconvinced. You've really not looked well, dear, all the evening, you know, she remarked, anxiously studying Lucia. Haven't I? No. Indeed, replied Miss Amory. She sat on the settee, close to Lucia. Perhaps you've caught a little chill, dear, she twittered anxiously. Our English summers can be rather treacherous, you know, not at all like the hot sun in Italy, which is what you're more used to. So delightful. Italy, I always think. Italy, murmured Lucia with a faraway look in her eyes, as she placed her handbag beside her on the settee. Italy, I know. My child, you must miss your own country sadly. It must seem such a dreadful contrast, the weather for one thing, and the different customs, and we must seem such a cold lot. Now, Italians, no, never. I never miss Italy, cried Lucia, with a vehemence that surprised Miss Amory. Never. Oh, come now, child. There's no disgrace in feeling a little homesick for. Never, Lucia repeated. I hate Italy. I always hated it. It is like heaven for me to be here in England with all you kind people. Absolute heaven. It's really very sweet of you to say that, my dear, said Caroline Amory, though I'm sure you're only being polite. It's true, we've all tried to make you feel happy and at home here, but it would be only natural for you to yearn for Italy sometimes. And then, not having any mother. Please, please. Lucia interrupted her. Do not speak of my mother. No, of course not. Dear, if you'd rather I didn't. I didn't mean to upset you. Shall I get you some smelling salts? I've got some in my room. No. Thank you, Lucia replied. Really, I'm perfectly all right now. It's no trouble at all, you know. Caroline Amory persisted. I've got some very nice smelling salts, a lovely pink color, and in the most charming little bottle, and very pungent. Sal ammoniac, you know. Or is it spirits of salts? I can never remember. But anyway, it's not the one you clean the bath with. Lucia smiled gently, but made no reply. Miss Amory had risen, and apparently could not decide whether to go in search of smelling salts or not. She moved indecisively to the back of the settee and rearranged the cushions. Yes, I think it must be a sudden chill. She continued, You were looking the absolute picture of health this morning. Perhaps it was the excitement of seeing this Italian friend of yours, Dr. Corelli. He turned up so suddenly and unexpectedly, didn't he? It must have given you quite a shock. Lucia's husband, Richard, had entered the library while Caroline Amory was speaking. Miss Amory did not notice him, for she could not understand why her words appeared to have upset Lucia, who leaned back, closed her eyes, and shivered. "Oh, my dear, what is it?" asked Miss Amory. "Are you coming over faint again, Richard?" Amory closed the door and approached the two women. A conventionally handsome young Englishman of about 30, with sandy hair. He was of medium height, with a somewhat thick-set, muscular figure. "Do go and finish your dinner. Aunt Caroline," he said to Miss Amory, "Lucia will be all right with me. I'll look after her." Miss Amory still appeared irresolute. "Oh, it's you. Richard. Well, perhaps I'd better go back," she said, taking a reluctant step or two in the direction of the door leading to the hall. "You know how your father does hate a disturbance of any kind, and particularly with a guest here. It's not as though it was someone who was a close friend of the family." She turned back to Lucia. "I was just saying, dear, wasn't I? What a very strange thing it was that Dr. Corelli should turn up in the way he did, with no idea that you were living in this part of the world. You simply ran into him in the village and invited him here. It must have been a great surprise for you. My dear, mustn't it?" "It was," replied Lucia. "The world really is such a very small place. I've always said so." Miss Amory continued, "Your friend is a very good-looking man, Lucia." "Do you think so? Foreign-looking?" "Of course," Miss Amory conceded, "but distinctly handsome. And he speaks English very well. Yes, I suppose he does." Miss Amory seemed disinclined to let the topic go. "Did you really have no idea," she asked, "that he was in this part of the world?" "None whatsoever," replied Lucia emphatically. Richard Amory had been watching his wife intently. Now he spoke again. "What a delightful surprise it must have been for you." "Lucia," he said. His wife looked up at him quickly, but made no reply. Miss Amory beamed. "Yes, indeed," she continued. "Did you know him well in Italy?" "My dear, was he a great friend of yours?" "I suppose he must have been." There was a sudden bitterness in Lucia's voice. "He was never a friend." She said, "Oh, I see. Merely an acquaintance. But he accepted your generous invitation to stay. I often think foreigners are inclined to be a little pushing. Oh, I don't mean you. Of course, dear." Miss Amory had the grace to pause and blush. "I mean, well, you're half English in any case." She looked archly at her nephew and continued, "In fact, she's quite English now, isn't she?" Richard Amory did not respond to his aunt's archness, but moved towards the door and opened it, as though an invitation to Miss Amory to return to the others. "Well," said that lady as she moved reluctantly to the door, "if you're sure I can't do anything more, no, no." Richard's tone was as abrupt as his words as he held the door open for her, with an uncertain gesture and a last nervous smile at Lucia. Miss Amory left, emitting a sigh of relief. Richard shut the door after her and came back to his wife. "Natter, natter, natter," he complained. "I thought she'd never go. She was only trying to be kind." Richard Oh, I dare say she was. But she tries a damn sight too hard. I think she's fond of me, murmured Lucia. What? Oh, of course. Richard Amory's tone was abstracted. He stood observing his wife closely. For a few moments there was a constrained silence. Then, moving nearer to her, Richard looked down at Lucia. You're sure there's nothing I can get you? Lucia looked up at him, forcing a smile. Nothing, really. Thank you. Richard, do go back to the dining room. I really am perfectly all right now. No, replied her husband. I'll stay with you. But I'd rather be alone. There was a pause. Then Richard spoke again, as he moved behind the settee. Cushions, all right. Would you like another one under your head? I am quite comfortable as I am. Lucia protested. It would be nice to have some air. Though, could you open the window? Richard moved to the French windows and fumbled with the catch. Damn, he exclaimed. The old boy's locked it with one of those patent catches of his. You can't open it without the key. Lucia shrugged her shoulders. Oh, well, she murmured. It really doesn't matter. Richard came back from the French windows and sat in one of the chairs by the table. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his thighs. Wonderful fellow, the old man, always inventing something or other. Yes, replied Lucia. He must have made a lot of money out of his inventions. Pots of it, said Richard gloomily. But it isn't the money that appeals to him. They're all the same. These scientists, always on the track of something utterly impracticable that can be of no earthly interest to anyone other than themselves, bombarding the atom, for heaven's sake. But all the same, he is a great man, your father. I suppose he's one of the leading scientists of the day, said Richard grudgingly. But he can't see any point of view except his own. He spoke with increasing irritation. He's treated me damned badly. I know. Lucia agreed. He keeps you here, chained to this house, almost as though you were a prisoner. Why did he make you give up the army and come to live here, I suppose? Said Richard. That he thought I could help him in his work, but he ought to have known that I should be of no earthly use to him in that way. I simply haven't got the brains for it. He moved his chair a little closer to Lucia and leaned forward again. My God, Lucia, it makes me feel pretty desperate. Sometimes, there he is, rolling in money, and he spends every penny on those damned experiments of his. You'd think he'd let me have something of what will be mine someday, in any case, and allow me to get free of this place. Lucia sat upright. Money, she exclaimed bitterly. Everything comes round to that. Money. I'm like a fly, caught in a spider's web. Richard continued. Helpless. Absolutely helpless. Lucia looked at him with an imploring eagerness. Oh, Richard, she exclaimed. So am I. Her husband looked at her with alarm. He was about to speak when Lucia continued. So am I. Helpless, and I want to get out. She rose suddenly and moved towards him, speaking excitedly. Richard, for God's sake, before it's too late, take me away, away. Richard's voice was empty and despairing. Away. Where anywhere, replied Lucia with growing excitement. Anywhere in the world, but away from this house. That's the important thing. Away from this house. I am afraid. Richard, I tell you I'm afraid. There are shadows. She looked over her shoulder as though she could see them. Shadows everywhere. Richard remained seated. How can we go away without money? He asked. He looked up at Lucia and continued, bitterly. A man's not much good to a woman without money. Is he? Lucia, is he? She backed away from him. Why do you say that? She asked. What do you mean? Richard continued to look at her in silence, his face tense, yet curiously expressionless. What's the matter with you tonight? Richard, Lucia asked him. You're different. Somehow. Richard rose from his chair. Am I? Yes, what is it? Well, Richard began, and then stopped. Nothing. It's nothing. He started to turn away from her, but Lucia pulled him back and placed her hands on his shoulders. Richard, my dear, she began. He took her hands from his shoulders. Richard, she said again, putting his hands behind his back. Richard looked down at her. Do you think I'm a complete fool? He asked. Do you think I didn't see this old friend of yours slip a note into your hand tonight? Do you mean you thought that? He interrupted her fiercely. Why did you come out from dinner? You weren't feeling faint. That was all a pretense. You wanted to be alone to read your precious note. You couldn't wait. You were nearly mad with impatience because you couldn't get rid of us. First Aunt Caroline, then me. His eyes were cold with hurt and anger as he looked at her. Richard, said Lucia, you're mad. Oh, it's absurd. You can't think I care for Corelli. Can you really, my dear? Richard, my dear, it's you. It's nobody but you. You must know that. Richard kept his eyes fixed on her. What is in that note? He asked quietly. Nothing. Nothing at all. Then show it to me. I can't, said Lucia. I've destroyed it. A frigid smile appeared and disappeared on Richard's face. No, you haven't, he said. Show it to me. Lucia was silent for a moment. She looked at him imploringly. Then, Richard, she asked, can't you trust me? I could take it from you by force, he muttered through clenched teeth. As he advanced a step towards her, I've half a mind. Lucia backed away with a faint cry, her eyes still on Richard's face, as though willing him to believe her. Suddenly he turned away. No, he said, as though to say himself, I suppose there are some things one can't do. He turned back to face his wife. But, by God, I'll have it out with Corelli. Lucia caught his arm with a cry of alarm. No, Richard, you mustn't. You mustn't. Don't do that. I beg you, don't do that. You're afraid for your lover. Are you sneered, Richard? He's not my lover, Lucia retorted fiercely. Richard took her by the shoulders. Perhaps he isn't yet, he said. Perhaps he... Hearing voices outside in the hall, he stopped speaking, making an effort to control himself. He moved to the fireplace, took out a cigarette case and lighter, and lit a cigarette. As the door from the hall opened and the voices grew louder, Lucia moved to the chair Richard had recently vacated and sat. Her face was white, her hands clasped together in tension. Miss Amory entered, accompanied by her niece Barbara, an extremely modern young woman of 21, swinging her handbag. Barbara crossed the room towards her. Hello, Lucia. Are you all right now? She asked. Chapter 3. Lucia forced a smile as Barbara Amory approached her. Yes, thank you. Darling, she replied. I'm perfectly all right. Really? Barbara looked down at the beautiful black-haired wife of her cousin. Not broken any glad tidings to Richard, have you? She asked. Is that what it's all about? Glad tidings? What glad tidings? I don't know what you mean, protested Lucia. Barbara clasped her arms together and made a rocking motion as though cradling a baby. Lucia's reaction to this pantomime was a sad smile and a shake of the head. Miss Amory, however, collapsed in horror onto a chair. Really? Barbara, she admonished. Well, said Barbara, accidents will happen, you know. Her aunt shook her head vigorously. I cannot think what young girls are coming to. Nowadays, she announced to no one in particular, in my young days, we did not speak flippantly of motherhood, and I would never have allowed. She broke off at the sound of the door opening and looked around in time to see Richard leave the room. You've embarrassed Richard, she continued, addressing Barbara. And I can't say I'm at all surprised. Well, Aunt Caroline, Barbara replied, you are a Victorian, you know, born when the old queen still had a good 20 years of life ahead of her. You're thoroughly representative of your generation, and I dare say I am of mine. I'm in no doubt as to which I prefer, her aunt began, only to be interrupted by Barbara, who chuckled and said, I think the Victorians were too marvelous. Fancy telling children that babies were found under gooseberry bushes. I think it's sweet. She fumbled in her handbag, found a cigarette and a lighter, and lit the cigarette. She was about to begin speaking again when Miss Amory silenced her with a gesture. Oh, do stop being silly. Barbara, I'm really very worried about this poor child here, and I wish you wouldn't make fun of me. Lucia suddenly broke down and began to weep, trying to wipe the tears from her eyes. She said between sobs, You are all so good to me. No one was ever kind to me until I came here, until I married Richard. It's been wonderful to be here with you. I can't help it. There, murmured Miss Amory, rising and going to Lucia. She patted her on the shoulder. There, my dear. I know what you mean. Living abroad all your life. Most unsuitable for a young girl. Not a proper kind of upbringing at all. And of course, the Continentals have some very peculiar ideas about education. There. Lucia stood up and looked about her uncertainly. She allowed Miss Amory to lead her to the settee, and sat at one end while Miss Amory patted cushions around her and then sat next to her. Of course you're upset, my dear. But you must try to forget about Italy. Although, of course, the dear Italian lakes are quite delightful in the spring. I always think very suitable for holidays, but one wouldn't want to live there. Naturally. Now, don't cry, my dear. I think she needs a good stiff drink, suggested Barbara, sitting on the coffee table and peering critically but not unsympathetically into Lucia's face. This is an awful house. Aunt Caroline, it's years behind the times. You never see the ghost of a cocktail in it. Nothing but sherry or whiskey before dinner, and brandy afterwards. Richard can't make a decent Manhattan, and just try asking Edward Rayner for a whiskey sour. Now, what would really pull Lucia around in no time would be a Satan's whisker. Miss Amory turned a shocked countenance upon her niece. "What?" she inquired in horrified tones. "Might a Satan's whisker be? It's quite simple to make, if you have the ingredients," replied Barbara. "It's merely equal parts of brandy and creme de menthe, but you mustn't forget a shake of red pepper. That's most important. It's absolutely super, and guaranteed to put some pep into you." "Barbara, you know I disapprove of these alcoholic stimulants," Miss Amory exclaimed with a shudder. "My dear father always said—" "I don't know what he said," replied Barbara, "but absolutely everyone in the family knows that dear old great-uncle Algernon had the reputation of being a three-bottle man." At first, Miss Amory looked as if she might explode, but then the slight twitch of a smile appeared on her lips, and all she said was, "Gentlemen are different." Barbara was having none of this. "They're not in the least different," she said, "or at any rate, I can't imagine why they should be allowed to be different. They simply got away with it in those days." She produced from her handbag a small mirror, a powder puff, and lipstick. "Well, how do we look?" she asked herself. "Oh my God!" And she began vigorously to apply lipstick. "Really, Barbara," said her aunt, "I do wish you wouldn't put quite so much of that red stuff on your lips. It's such a very bright color." "I hope so," replied Barbara, still completing her makeup. After all, it costs 7 and 6 pence. 7 shillings and 6 pence. What a disgraceful waste of money, just for kiss-proof. Aunt Caroline, I beg your pardon. The lipstick, it's called kiss-proof." Her aunt sniffed disapprovingly. "I know, of course," she said. "That one's lips are inclined to chap if one has been out in a high wind, and that a little grease is advisable. Lanolin, for instance, I always use—" Barbara interrupted her. "My dear Aunt Caroline, take it from me. A girl simply can't have too much lipstick on. After all, she never knows how much of it she's going to lose in the taxi coming home." As she spoke, she replaced the mirror, powder puff, and lipstick in her handbag. Miss Amory looked puzzled. "What do you mean, in the taxi coming home?" she asked. "I don't understand." Barbara rose and, moving behind the settee, leaned over to Lucia. "Never mind. Lucia understands. Don't you, my love?" she asked, giving Lucia's chin a little tickle. Lucia Amory looked around blankly. "I'm so sorry," she said to Barbara. "I haven't been listening." "What did you say?" Focusing her attention on Lucia again, Caroline Amory returned to the subject of that young lady's health. "You know, my dear," she said, "I really am worried about you." She looked from Lucia to Barbara. "She ought to have something. Barbara, what have we got now, sal volatile?" "Of course. That would be the very thing. Unfortunately, that careless Ellen broke my bottle this morning when she was dusting in my room." Pursing her lips, Barbara considered for a moment. "I know," she exclaimed. "The hospital stores. What do you mean?" "What hospital stores?" Miss Amory asked. Barbara came and sat in a chair close to her aunt. "You remember," she reminded her, "all of Edna's things." Miss Amory's face brightened. "Ah, yes, of course." Turning to Lucia, she said, "I wish you had met Edna, my elder niece, Barbara's sister. She went to India with her husband. Oh, it must have been about 3 months before you came here with Richard. Such a capable girl. Edna was most capable, Barbara confirmed. She's just had twins, as there are no gooseberry bushes in India. I think she must have found them under a double mango tree. Miss Amory allowed herself a smile. Hush, Barbara, she said. Then, turning back to Lucia, she continued. As I was saying, dear, Edna trained as a dispenser during the war. She worked at our hospital here. We turned the town hall into a hospital. You know, during the war. And then for some years after the war, until she was married. Edna continued to work in the dispensary at the county hospital. She was very knowledgeable about drugs and pills and that sort of thing. I dare say she still is. That knowledge must be invaluable to her in India. But what was I saying? Oh, yes, when she left. Now what did we do with all those bottles of hers I remember perfectly well? Said Barbara. A lot of old things of Edna's from the dispensary were bundled into a box. They were supposed to be sorted out and sent to hospitals, but everyone forgot, or at least no one did anything about it. They were put away in the attic, and they only came to light again when Edna was packing to go to India. They're up there, she gestured towards the bookcase, and they still haven't been looked through and sorted out. She rose and, taking her chair across to the bookcase, stood on it and reaching up, lifted the black tin box down from the top. Ignoring Lucia's murmured, "Please don't bother. Darling, I really don't need anything." Barbara carried the box over to the table in the center of the room and put it down. Well, she said, at least we might as well have a look at the things now that I've got them down. She opened the box. Oh dear, it's a motley collection, she said, taking out various bottles as she spoke. Iodine, Friar's Balsam, something called Tinct, Card, Castor Oil. She grimaced. Ah! Now we're coming to the hot stuff, she exclaimed. As she took out of the box some small brown glass tubes. Atropine, morphine, strychnine, she read from the labels. Be careful. Aunt Caroline, if you arouse my furious temper, I'll poison your coffee with strychnine, and you'll die in the most awful agony. Barbara made a mock menacing gesture at her aunt, who waved her away with a snort. Well, there's nothing here we could possibly try out on Lucia as a tonic, that's for certain. She laughed as she began to pack the bottles and phials back into the tin box. She was holding a tube of morphine aloft in her right hand as the door to the hall opened and Treadwell ushered in Edward Rayner, Dr. Corelli, and Sir Claud Amory, Sir Claud's secretary. Edward Rayner entered first, an unremarkable-looking young man in his late 20s. He moved across to Barbara and stood looking at the box. Hello, Mr. Rayner. Interested in poisons, she asked him as she continued to pack up the bottles. Dr. Corelli, too, approached the table. A very dark, swarthy individual of about 40. Corelli wore perfectly fitting evening clothes. His manner was suave, and when he spoke, it was with the slightest Italian accent. What have we here? My dear Miss Amory, he queried. Sir Claud paused at the door to speak to Treadwell. You understand my instructions, he asked, and was satisfied by the reply. Perfectly, Sir Claude. Treadwell left the room, and Sir Claude moved across to his guest. I hope you will excuse me, Dr. Corelli, he said. If I go straight to my study, I have several important letters which must go off tonight. Rayner, will you come with me? The secretary joined his employer, and they went into Sir Claude's study by the connecting door. As the door closed behind them, Barbara suddenly dropped the tube she had been holding. Chapter 4. Dr. Corelli stepped forward quickly and picked up the tube Barbara had dropped, glancing at it before handing it back to her with a polite bow. He exclaimed, "Hello, what's this morphine?" He picked up another one from the table. "And strychnine. May I ask, my dear young lady, where you got hold of these lethal little tubes?" He began to examine the contents of the tin box. Barbara looked at the suave Italian with distaste. The spoils of war. She replied shortly, with a tight little smile, rising anxiously. Caroline Amory approached Dr. Corelli. "They're not really poison, are they? Doctor, I mean they couldn't harm anyone. Could they?" she asked. "That box has been in the house for years. Surely it's harmless. Isn't it, I should say?" replied Corelli dryly. "That, with the little you have here, you could kill, roughly, 12 strong men. I don't know what you regard as harmful." "Oh, good gracious!" Miss Amory gasped with horror as she moved back to her chair and sat heavily. "Here, for instance," continued Corelli, addressing the assembled company. He picked up a tube and read slowly from the label. Strychnine hydrochloride, 1/16 of a grain. 7 or 8 of these little tablets, and you would die a very unpleasant death indeed, an extremely painful way out of the world. He picked up another tube, atropine sulfate. Now, atropine poisoning is sometimes very hard to tell from ptomaine poisoning. It is also a very painful death. Replacing the 2 tubes he had handled, he picked up another. Now here, he continued, speaking now very slowly and deliberately. Here we have hyoscine hydrobromide, 1/100th of a grain. That doesn't sound very potent, does it? Yet I assure you, you would only have to swallow half of the little white tablets in this tube. And he made a graphic gesture. There would be no pain at all, just a swift and completely dreamless sleep, but a sleep from which there would be no awakening. He moved towards Lucia and held out the tube to her, as though inviting her to examine it. There was a smile on his face, but not in his eyes. Lucia stared at the tube as though she were fascinated by it. Stretching out a hand, she spoke in a voice that sounded almost as though it were hypnotized. "A swift and completely dreamless sleep," she murmured, reaching for the tube, instead of giving it to her. Dr. Corelli glanced at Caroline Amory with an almost questioning look. That lady shuddered and looked distressed, but said nothing. With a shrug of the shoulders, Corelli turned away from Luca, still holding the tube of hyoscine hydrobromide. The door to the hallway opened, and Richard Amory entered. Without speaking, he strolled across to the stool by the desk and sat down. He was followed into the room by Treadwell, who carried a tray containing a jug of coffee and cups and saucers. Placing the tray on the coffee table, Treadwell left the room as Lucia moved to sit on the settee and pour out the coffee. Barbara went across to Lucia, took 2 cups of coffee from the tray, and then moved over to Richard to give him one of them, keeping the other for herself. Dr. Corelli, meanwhile, was busy replacing the tubes in the tin box on the center table. "You know," said Miss Amory to Corelli, "you make my flesh creep. Doctor, with your talk of swift, dreamless sleep and unpleasant deaths, I suppose that, being Italian as you are, you know a lot about poisons." "My dear lady," laughed Corelli, "is that not an extremely unjust, what do you say, non sequitur? Why should an Italian know any more about poisons than an Englishman? I have heard it said." He continued playfully, "that poison is a woman's weapon, rather than a man's. Perhaps I should ask you— but perhaps, dear lady, it is an Italian woman you were thinking of. Perhaps you were about to mention a certain Borgia. Is that it, eh?" He took a cup of coffee from Lucia at the coffee table and handed it to Miss Amory, returning to take another cup for himself. "Lucrezia Borgia, that dreadful creature." "Yes, I suppose that's what I was thinking of," admitted Miss Amory. "I used to have nightmares about her when I was a child. You know, I imagined her as very pale, but tall, and with jet black hair just like our own dear Lucia." Dr. Corelli approached Miss Amory with the sugar bowl. She shook her head in refusal, and he took the bowl back to the coffee tray. Richard Amory put his coffee down, took a magazine from the desk, and began to browse through it. As his aunt developed her Borgia theme. "Yes, dreadful nightmares I used to have," Miss Amory was saying. "I would be the only child in a room full of adults, all of them drinking out of very elaborate goblets. Then this glamorous woman. Now, I come to think of it, she did look remarkably like you. Lucia, dear, would approach me and force a goblet upon me. I could tell by the way she smiled, somehow, that I ought not to drink. But I knew I wasn't going to be able to refuse. Somehow, she hypnotized me into drinking. And then I would begin to feel a dreadful burning sensation in my throat, and I would find myself fighting for breath. And then, of course, I woke up. Dr. Corelli had moved close to Lucia. Standing in front of her, he gave an ironic bow. "My dear Lucrezia Borgia," he implored, "have mercy on us all." Lucia did not react to Corelli's joke. She appeared not to have heard him. There was a pause, smiling to himself. Dr. Corelli turned away from Lucia, drank his coffee, and placed his cup on the center table. Finishing her coffee rapidly, Barbara seemed to realize that a change of mood was called for. "What about a little tune?" she suggested, moving across to the gramophone. "Now, what shall we have? There's a marvelous record here that I bought up in town the other day." She began to sing, accompanying her words with a jazzy little dance. "Ikey! Oh, crikey! What have you got on? Or what else is there? Oh, Barbara dear, not that vulgar song," implored Miss Amory, moving across to her and helping to look through the gramophone records. "There are some much nicer records here. If we must have popular music, there are some lovely songs by John McCormick here somewhere. Or what about The Holy City? I can't remember the soprano's name. Or why not that nice Melba record? Oh, yes, here's Handel's Largo. Oh, come on. Aunt Caroline, we're not likely to be cheered up by Handel's Largo." Barbara protested. "There's some Italian opera here. If we must have classical music, come on, Dr. Corelli, this ought to be your province." Come and help us choose. Corelli joined Barbara and Miss Amory around the gramophone, and all three of them began to sort through the pile of records. Richard now seemed engrossed in his magazine. Lucia rose, moved slowly and apparently aimlessly across to the center table, and glanced at the tin box. Then, taking care to establish that the others were not observing her, she took a tube from the box and read the label, Hyoscine hydrobromide. Opening the tube, Lucia poured nearly all of the tablets into the palm of her hand. As she did so, the door to Sir Claud's study opened, and Sir Claud's secretary, Edward Rayner, appeared in the doorway. Unknown to Lucia, Rayner watched her as she put the tube back into the tin box before moving over to the coffee table. At that moment, Sir Claude's voice was heard to call from the study. His words were indistinct, but Rayner, turning to answer him, said, "Yes, of course. Sir Claude, I'll bring you your coffee now." The secretary was about to enter the library when Sir Claude's voice arrested him. "And what about that letter to Marshall's? It went off by the afternoon post." "Sir Claude," replied the secretary. "But Rayner, I told you." "Oh, come back here." "Man," Sir Claude boomed from his study. "I'm sorry, sir," Rayner was heard to say as he retreated from the doorway to rejoin Sir Claud Amory in his study. Lucia, who had turned to watch him at the sound of his voice, seemed not to realize that the secretary had been observing her movements, turning so that her back was to Richard. She dropped the tablets she had been holding into one of the coffee cups on the coffee table and moved to the center of the settee. The gramophone suddenly burst into life with a quick foxtrot. Richard Amory put down the magazine he had been reading, finished his coffee quickly, placed the cup on the center table, and moved across to his wife. "I'll take you at your word. I've decided. We'll go away together." Lucia looked up at him in surprise. "Richard," she said faintly, "do you really mean it? We can get away from here." "But I thought you said—" "What about— where will the money come from?" "There are always ways of acquiring money," said Richard grimly. There was alarm in Lucia's voice as she asked, "What do you mean, I mean?" said her husband. "That when a man cares about a woman as I care about you, he'll do anything. Anything. It does not flatter me to hear you say that." Lucia responded, "It only tells me that you still do not trust me, that you think you must buy my love with." She broke off and looked around as the door to the study opened, and Edward Rayner returned. Rayner walked over to the coffee table and picked up a cup of coffee. As Lucia changed her position on the settee, moving down to one end of it, Richard had wandered moodily across to the fireplace and was staring into the unlit grate. Barbara, beginning a tentative foxtrot alone, looked at her cousin Richard, as though considering whether to invite him to dance, but, apparently put off by his stony countenance, she turned to Rayner. "Care to dance? Mr. Rayner," she asked. "I'd love to." "Miss Amory." The secretary replied, "Just a moment, while I take Sir Claude his coffee." Lucia suddenly rose from the settee. "Mr. Rayner," she said hurriedly, "that isn't Sir Claude's coffee. You've taken the wrong cup." "Have I said Rayner? I'm so sorry." Lucia picked up another cup from the coffee table and held it out to Rayner. They exchanged cups. "That," said Lucia, as she handed the cup to Rayner, "is Sir Claude's coffee." She smiled enigmatically to herself, placed the cup Raynor had given her on the coffee table, and returned to the settee. Turning his back to Lucia, the secretary took some tablets from his pocket and dropped them into the cup he was holding. As he was walking with it towards the study door, Barbara intercepted him. "Do come and dance with me, Mr. Raynor," she pleaded, with one of her most engaging smiles. "I'd force Dr. Corelli to, except that I can tell he's simply dying to dance with Lucia." As Raynor hovered indecisively, Richard Amory approached. "You may as well give in to her, Raynor," he advised. "Everyone does. Eventually. Here, give the coffee to me. I'll take it to my father." Reluctantly, Raynor allowed the coffee cup to be taken from him. Turning away, Richard paused momentarily and then went through into Sir Claude's study. Barbara and Edward Raynor, having first turned over the gramophone record on the machine, were now slowly waltzing in each other's arms. Dr. Corelli watched them for a moment or two with an indulgent smile, before approaching Lucia, who, wearing a look of utter dejection, was still seated on the settee. Corelli addressed her. "It was most kind of Miss Amory to allow me to join you for the weekend," he said. Lucia looked up at him. For a few seconds, she did not speak, but then said, "Finally, she is the kindest of people." "And this is such a charming house," continued Corelli, moving behind the settee. "You must show me over it sometime. I am extremely interested in the domestic architecture of this period." While he was speaking, Richard Amory had returned from the study. Ignoring his wife and Corelli, he went across to the box of drugs on the center table and began to tidy its contents. "Miss Amory can tell you much more about this house than I can," Lucia told Dr. Corelli. "I know very little of these things." Looking around first, to confirm that Richard Amory was busying himself with the drugs, that Edward Raynor and Barbara Amory were still waltzing at the far end of the room, and that Caroline Amory appeared to be dozing, Corelli moved to the front of the settee and sat next to Lucia. In low, urgent tones, he muttered, "Have you done what I asked?" Her voice even lower, almost a whisper. Lucia said desperately, "Have you no pity? Have you done what I told you to?" Corelli asked more insistently. I, Lucia began, but then, faltering, rose, turned abruptly, and walked swiftly to the door which led into the hall. Turning the handle, she discovered that the door would not open. "There's something wrong with this door," she exclaimed. Turning to face the others, "I can't get it open." "What's that called, Barbara? Still waltzing with Raynor?" "I can't get this door open," Lucia repeated. Barbara and Raynor stopped dancing and went across to Lucia at the door. Richard Amory moved to the gramophone to switch it off before joining them. They took it in turns to attempt to get the door open, but without success. Observed by Miss Amory, who was awake but still seated, and by Dr. Corelli, who stood by the bookcase, unnoticed by any of the company, Sir Claude emerged from his study, coffee cup in hand, and stood for a moment or two observing the group clustered around the door to the hall. "What an extraordinary thing!" Raynor exclaimed, abandoning his attempt to open the door and turning to face the others. "It seems to have got stuck somehow." Sir Claude's voice rang across the room, startling them all. "Oh, no, it's not stuck. It's locked from the outside." His sister rose and approached Sir Claude. She was about to speak, but he forestalled her. It was locked by my orders. Caroline, he told her, with all eyes upon him. Sir Claude walked across to the coffee table, took a lump of sugar from the bowl, and dropped it into his cup. I have something to say to you all, he announced to the assembled company. Richard, would you be so kind as to ring for Treadwell? His son looked as though he were about to make some reply. However, after a pause, he went to the fireplace and pressed a bell in the wall nearby. I suggest that you all sit down. Sir Claude continued, with a gesture towards the chairs. Dr. Corelli, with raised eyebrows, crossed the room to sit on the stool. Edward Rayner and Lucia Amory found chairs for themselves, while Richard Amory chose to stand in front of the fireplace, looking puzzled. Caroline Amory and her niece Barbara occupied the settee. When all were comfortably seated, Sir Claude moved the armchair to a position where he could most easily observe all the others. He sat. The door on the left opened, and Treadwell entered. You rang, Sir Claude. Yes, Treadwell. Did you call the number I gave you? Yes, sir. Was the answer satisfactory? Perfectly satisfactory. Sir? And a car has gone to the station? Yes, sir. A car has been ordered to meet the train. Very well. Treadwell, said Sir Claude. You may lock up now. Yes, sir, replied Treadwell, as he withdrew, after the butler had closed the door behind him. The sound of a key turning in the lock could be heard. Claude! Miss Amory exclaimed. What on earth does Treadwell think? Treadwell is acting on my instructions. Caroline, Sir Claude interrupted sharply. Richard Amory addressed his father. May we ask the meaning of all this? He inquired coldly. I am about to explain, replied Sir Claude. Please listen to me calmly, all of you. To begin with, as you now realize, those two doors, he gestured towards the two doors on the hall side of the library, are locked on the outside. From my study next door, there is no way out except through this room. The French windows in this room are locked. Swiveling around in his seat to Corelli, he explained, as though in parenthesis, locked. In fact, by a patent device of my own, which my family knows of, but which they do not know how to immobilize. Again, addressing everyone, Sir Claude continued, This place is a rat trap. He looked at his watch. It is now 10 minutes to 9. At a few minutes past 9, the rat catcher will arrive. The rat catcher. Richard Amory's face was a study in perplexity. What rat catcher? A detective, explained the famous scientist dryly as he sipped his coffee. Chapter 5. Consternation greeted Sir Claude's announcement. Lucia uttered a low cry, and her husband stared at her intently. Miss Amory gave a shriek. Barbara exclaimed. Crikey and Edward Rayner contributed an ineffectual, "Oh, I say, Sir Claude." Only Dr. Corelli seemed unaffected. Sir Claude settled in his armchair, holding his coffee cup in his right hand and the saucer in his left. I seem to have made my little effect, he observed with satisfaction. Finishing his coffee, he set the cup and saucer down on the table with a grimace. "The coffee is unusually bitter this evening," he complained. His sister's countenance registered a certain annoyance at the aspersion cast on the coffee, which she took as a direct criticism of her housekeeping. She was about to say something when Richard Amory spoke. "What detective?" he asked his father. "His name is Hercule Poirot," replied Sir Claude. "He is a Belgian." But why Richard persisted. "Why did you send for him?" "A leading question," said his father, with an unpleasantly grim smile. "Now we come to the point. For some time past, as most of you know, I have been engaged in atomic research. I have made a discovery of a new explosive. Its force is such that everything hitherto attempted in that line will be mere child's play beside it. Most of this you know already." Corelli got to his feet quickly. "I did not know," he exclaimed eagerly. "I am much interested to hear of this." "Indeed, Dr. Corelli." Sir Claude invested the conventionally meaningless phrase with a curious significance, and Corelli, in some embarrassment, resumed his seat. "As I was saying," Sir Claude continued, "the force of Amorite, as I call it, is such that where we have hitherto killed by thousands, we can now kill by hundreds of thousands." "How horrible!" exclaimed Lucia, with a shudder. "My dear Lucia," her father-in-law smiled thinly at her as he spoke, "the truth is never horrible, only interesting." "But why?" asked Richard. "Are you telling us all this?" "Because I have had occasion for some time to believe that a member of this household was attempting to steal the Amorite formula. I had asked Monsieur Poirot to join us tomorrow for the weekend, so that he could take the formula back to London with him on Monday and deliver it personally to an official at the Ministry of Defense." "But, Claude, that's absurd." "Indeed, it's highly offensive to all of us." Caroline Amory expostulated. "You can't seriously suspect—" "I have not finished, Caroline," her brother interrupted. "And I assure you, there is nothing absurd about what I'm saying. I repeat, I had invited Hercule Poirot to join us tomorrow, but I have had to change my plans and ask Monsieur Poirot to hurry down here from London this evening. I have taken this step because—" Sir Claude paused. When he resumed speaking, it was more slowly and with a much more deliberate emphasis. "Because," he repeated, as his glance swept around the assembled company, "the formula, written on an ordinary sheet of notepaper and enclosed in a long envelope, was stolen from the safe in my study some time before dinner this evening. It was stolen by someone in this room." A chorus of shocked exclamations greeted the eminent scientist's announcement. Then everyone began to speak at once. "Stolen formula." Caroline Amory began, but from the safe impossible. Edward Rayner exclaimed. The babble of voices did not include that of Dr. Corelli, who remained seated with a thoughtful expression on his face. The others, however, were silenced only when Sir Claude raised his voice and continued. "I am in the habit of being certain of my facts," he assured his hearers. "At 20 minutes past 7 exactly, I placed the formula in the safe. As I left the study, Rayner here entered it, blushing, either from embarrassment or from anger. The secretary began. Sir Claude, really, I must protest." Sir Claude raised a hand to silence him. Rayner remained in the study. He went on, and was still there, working, when Dr. Corelli appeared at the door. After greeting him, Rayner left Corelli alone in the study while he went to let Lucia know. "I protest," Corelli began. But again, Sir Claude raised his hand for silence and continued his narrative. Rayner, however, he said, did not get further than the door of this room, where he met my sister Caroline with Barbara. The three of them remained in this room, and Dr. Corelli joined them. Caroline and Barbara were the only two members of the party who did not enter the study. Barbara glanced at her aunt, and then addressed Sir Claude. "I'm afraid your information about our movements isn't quite correct. Uncle Claude," she said, "I can't be excluded from your list of suspects. Do you remember, Aunt Caroline, you sent me into the study to look for a knitting needle. You said you'd mislaid. You wondered if it might be in there." Ignoring his niece's interruption, the scientist continued. Richard came down next. He strolled into the study by himself and remained there for some minutes. "My God," Richard exclaimed. "Really? Father, you surely don't suspect that I'd steal your wretched formula, do you?" looking directly at his son. Sir Claude replied meaningfully. "That piece of paper was worth a great deal of money." "I see." His son regarded him steadily. "And I'm in debt. That's what you mean, isn't it?" Sir Claude made no reply to him, his gaze sweeping over the others. He continued, "As I was saying, Richard remained in the study for some minutes. He reappeared in this room just as Lucia came in, when dinner was announced. A few minutes later, Lucia was no longer with us. I found her in the study, standing by the safe." "Father," exclaimed Richard, moving to his wife and putting an arm protectively about her. "I repeat, standing by the safe." Sir Claude insisted. She seemed very much agitated, and when I asked what was the matter, she told me she felt unwell. I suggested that a glass of wine might be good for her. She assured me, however, that she was quite all right again, and then left me to join the others. Instead of following Lucia immediately to the dining room, I remained behind in my study. I don't know why, but some instinct urged me to look in the safe. The envelope with the formula in it had disappeared. Chapter 6. There was a pause. No one spoke. The immense seriousness of the situation appeared to be dawning on everyone. Then Richard asked, "How have you assembled this information about our movements, Father?" "By taking thought, of course." Sir Claude replied, "By observation and deduction, by the evidence of my own eyes, and by what I learned from questioning Treadwell. I notice you don't include Treadwell or any of the other servants among your suspects." "Claude," Caroline Amory observed tartly, "only your family, my family, and our guest." Her brother corrected her. "That is so. Caroline, I have established to my own satisfaction that neither Treadwell nor any of the domestics were in the study between the time I placed the formula in the safe and the time I opened the safe again to find it missing." He looked at each of them in turn, before adding, "I hope the position is clear to you all. Whoever took the formula must still have it. Since we returned here from dinner, the dining room has been thoroughly searched. Treadwell would have informed me if the piece of paper had been found hidden there. And, as you now realize, I have seen to it that no one has had the opportunity to leave this room. For some moments, there was a tense silence, broken only when Dr. Corelli asked politely, "Is it your suggestion, then, Sir Claude, that we should all be searched?" "That is not my suggestion," replied Sir Claude, consulting his watch. "It is now 2 minutes to 9. Hercule Poirot will have arrived at Market Cleeve, where he is being met. At 9 o'clock precisely. Treadwell has orders to switch off the lights from the main switch in the basement. We shall be in complete darkness in this room for 1 minute, and 1 minute only. When the lights go on again, matters will be out of my hands. Hercule Poirot will be here shortly, and he will be in charge of the case. But if, under cover of darkness, the formula is placed here," and Sir Claude slapped his hand down on the table, "then I shall inform Monsieur Poirot that I had made a mistake and that I have no need of his services." "That's an outrageous suggestion," Richard declared heatedly. He looked around at the others. "I say we should all be searched." "I'm certainly willing." "So am I." "Of course." Edward Rayner made haste to announce. Richard Amory looked pointedly at Dr. Corelli. The Italian smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "And I—" Richard's glance moved to his aunt. "Very well. If we must, we must," Miss Amory grumbled. "Lucia," Richard asked, turning to his wife. "No, no." "Richard," Lucia replied breathily. "Your father's plan is best." Richard looked at her in silence for a moment. "Well?" Richard queried Sir Claude. A heavy sigh was at first his only reply. And then, "Very well. I agree." He looked at his cousin Barbara, who gave a gesture of assent. Sir Claude leaned back in his chair wearily and spoke in a slow, dragging voice. "The taste of that coffee is still in my mouth," he said, and then yawned. The clock on the mantelpiece began to strike, and there was complete silence as all turned to listen. Sir Claude turned slowly in his chair and looked steadily at his son. "Richard, on the last stroke of 9, the lights suddenly went out, and the room was plunged into darkness. There were a few gasps and some stifled exclamations from the women, and then Miss Amory's voice rang out clearly. "I don't care for this at all. Do be quiet. Aunt Caroline." Barbara ordered her, "I'm trying to listen." For a few seconds, there was absolute silence, followed by the sounds of heavy breathing, and then a rustling of paper. Silence again, before they all heard a kind of metallic clink, the sound of something tearing, and a loud bang, which might have been a chair being knocked over. Suddenly, Lucia screamed, Sir Claude, I can't bear it. I must have light. Somebody, please." The room remained in darkness. There was a sharp intake of breath, and then a loud knock at the door leading to the hall. Lucia screamed again. As though in response, the light suddenly came on again. Richard was now standing by the door, apparently unable to decide whether or not to attempt to open it. Edward Rayner was on his feet by his chair, which had overturned. Lucia lay back in her chair, as though about to faint. Sir Claude sat absolutely still in his armchair, with his eyes closed. His secretary suddenly pointed to the table beside his employer. "Look," he exclaimed, "the formula." On the table beside Sir Claude was a long envelope of the type he had earlier described. "Thank God," cried Lucia. "Thank God." There was another knock at the door, which now opened slowly. Everyone's attention was fixed on the doorway as Treadwell ushered in a stranger and then withdrew. The assembled company stared at the stranger. What they saw was an extraordinary-looking little man, hardly more than 5 feet 4 inches in height, who carried himself with great dignity. His head was exactly the shape of an egg, and he carried it at a slight angle, like an inquiring terrier. His mustache was distinctly stiff and military. He was very neatly dressed. "Hercule Poirot, at your service," said the stranger, and bowed. Richard Amory held out a hand. "Monsieur Poirot," he said as they shook hands. Sir Claude asked Poirot, "Ah, no, you are too young. Of course, you are his son." Perhaps he moved past Richard into the center of the room. Behind him, another man, tall, middle-aged, and of military bearing, had unobtrusively entered. As he moved to Poirot's side, the detective announced, "My colleague, Captain Hastings." "What a delightful room," Hastings observed as he shook hands with Richard Amory. Richard turned back to Poirot. "I'm sorry, Monsieur Poirot," he said, "but I fear we have brought you down here under a misapprehension. The need for your services has passed." "Indeed," replied Poirot. "Yes, I'm sorry." Richard continued, "It's too bad, dragging you all the way down here from London. Of course, your fee and expenses, that'll be all right, of course." "I comprehend perfectly," said Poirot. "But for the moment, it is neither my fee nor my expenses which interests me." "No. Then what does interest me?" "Mr. Amory, I will tell you. It is just a little point, of no consequence, of course, but it was your father who sent for me to come. Why is it not he who tells me to go?" "Oh, of course. I'm sorry," said Richard, turning towards Sir Claude. "Father, would you please tell Monsieur Poirot that we no longer have any need of his services?" Sir Claude did not answer. Father Richard exclaimed, moving quickly to Sir Claude's armchair seat. He bent over his father and then turned around wildly. "Dr. Corelli," he called. Miss Amory rose, white-faced. Corelli swiftly crossed to Sir Claude and felt his pulse. Frowning, he placed his hand over Sir Claude's heart and then shook his head. Poirot moved slowly to the armchair and stood looking down at the motionless body of the scientist. "Yes, I fear," he murmured, as though to himself. "I very much fear." "What do you fear?" asked Barbara. Moving towards him, Poirot looked at her. "I fear that Sir Claude has sent for me too late." "Mademoiselle." Consternation followed Hercule Poirot's statement. Dr. Corelli continued his examination of Sir Claude for a few moments before straightening himself and turning to the others, addressing Richard Amory. "I am afraid your father is dead," he confirmed. Richard stared at him in disbelief, as though he were unable to take the Italian doctor's words in. Then, "My God, what was it, heart failure?" he asked. I suppose so," replied Corelli somewhat doubtfully. Barbara moved to her aunt to comfort her, for Miss Amory seemed about to faint. Edward Rayner joined them, helping to support Miss Amory and whispering to Barbara as he did so, I suppose that fellow is a real doctor. Yes, but only an Italian one, Barbara murmured in reply. As between them, they settled Miss Amory into a chair, overhearing Barbara's remark. Poirot shook his head energetically. Then, stroking his luxuriant mustache with exquisite care, he smiled as he commented softly, "Me, I am a detective, but only a Belgian one. Nevertheless, madame, we foreigners do arrive at the correct answer occasionally." Barbara had the grace to look at least a trifle embarrassed. She and Raynor remained in conversation for a few moments, but then Lucia approached Poirot, taking his arm and drawing him aside from the others. "Monsieur Poirot," she urged him breathlessly, "you must stay. You must not let them send you away." Poirot regarded her steadily. His face remained quite impassive as he asked her, "Is it that you wish me to stay, madame?" "Yes, yes," replied Lucia, glancing anxiously towards the body of Sir Claude, still seated in its upright position in the armchair. "There's something wrong about all this. My father-in-law's heart was perfectly all right. Perfectly. I tell you. Please, Monsieur Poirot, you must find out what has happened." Dr. Corelli and Richard Amory continued to hover near the body of Sir Claude. Richard, in an agony of indecision, appeared to be almost petrified into immobility. "I would suggest, Mr. Amory," Dr. Corelli urged him, "that you send for your father's own physician. I assume he had one." Richard roused himself with an effort. "What, oh?" "Yes," he responded. "Dr. Graham. Young Kenneth Graham. He has a practice in the village. In fact, he's rather keen on my cousin Barbara. Sorry, that's irrelevant, isn't it?" Glancing across the room at Barbara, he called to her, "What's Kenneth Graham's phone number?" "Market Cleave 5. Barbara told him. Richard moved to the phone, lifted the receiver, and asked for the number. While he was waiting to be connected, Edward Raynor, recalling his secretarial duties, asked Richard, "Do you think I should order the car for Monsieur Poirot?" Poirot spread out his hands apologetically. He was about to speak when Lucia forestalled him. "Monsieur Poirot is remaining, at my request," she announced to the company in general, still holding the telephone receiver to his ear. Richard turned, startled. "What do you mean?" he asked his wife tersely. Yes. "Richard, he must stay," Lucia insisted. Her voice sounded almost hysterical. Miss Amory looked up in consternation. Barbara and Edward Raynor exchanged worried glances. Dr. Corelli stood looking down thoughtfully at the lifeless body of the great scientist, while Hastings, who had been absent-mindedly examining the books on the library shelves, turned to survey the gathering. Richard was about to respond to Lucia's outburst when his attention was claimed by the telephone he was holding. "Oh, what? Is that Dr. Graham?" he asked. "Kenneth? It's Richard Amory speaking. My father has had a heart attack. Can you come up at once?" "Well, actually, I'm afraid there's nothing to be done. Yes, he's dead. No, I'm afraid so. Thank you." Replacing the receiver, he crossed the room to his wife and, in a low, agitated voice, muttered, "Lucia, are you mad? What have you done? Don't you realize we must get rid of this detective?" Astonished, Lucia rose from her chair. What do you mean? She asked Richard. Their exchange continued quietly but urgently. Didn't you hear what father said? His tone fraught with meaning. He murmured, "The coffee is very bitter." At first, Lucia seemed not to understand. "The coffee is very bitter," she repeated. She looked at Richard uncomprehendingly for a moment, and then suddenly uttered a cry of horror, which she quickly stifled. "You see, do you understand now?" Richard asked, lowering his voice to a whisper. He added, "He's been poisoned, and obviously by a member of the family. You don't want a ghastly scandal, do you?" "Oh, my God," murmured Lucia, staring straight in front of her. "Oh, merciful God." Turning away from her, Richard approached Poirot. "Monsieur Poirot," he began, and then hesitated. Monsieur Poirot queried politely, summoning up his determination. Richard continued, "Monsieur Poirot, I'm afraid I do not quite understand what it is that my wife has asked you to investigate." Poirot considered for a moment before replying. Then, smiling pleasantly, he answered, "Shall we say, the theft of a document. That Mademoiselle tells me," he continued, gesturing towards Barbara, "is what I was called down for." Casting a glance of reproach at Barbara, Richard told Poirot, "The document in question has been returned." "Has it?" asked Poirot, his smile becoming rather enigmatic. The little detective suddenly had the attention of everyone present. As he moved to the table in the center of the room and looked at the envelope still lying on it, which had been generally forgotten in the excitement and commotion caused by the discovery of Sir Claude's death. "What do you mean?" Richard Amory asked Hercule Poirot. Poirot gave a flamboyant twist to his mustache and carefully brushed an imaginary speck of dust from his sleeve. Then, "It is just a, no doubt foolish, idea of mine," the little detective finally replied. "You see, someone told me, the other day, a most amusing story. The story of the empty bottle. There was nothing in it. I'm sorry. I don't understand you," Richard Amory declared. Picking up the envelope from the table, Poirot murmured, "I just wondered." He glanced at Richard, who took the envelope from him and looked inside. "It's empty," Richard exclaimed. Screwing up the envelope, he threw it on the table and looked searchingly at Lucia, who moved away from him. Then he continued uncertainly, "I suppose we must be searched. We—" Richard's voice trailed away, and he looked around the room as though seeking guidance. He was met with looks of confusion from Barbara and her aunt, indignation from Edward Rayner, and blandness from Dr. Corelli. Lucia continued to avoid his eye. "Why do you not take my advice?" Monsieur Poirot suggested. "Do nothing until the doctor comes. Tell me," he asked, pointing towards the study. "That doorway, where does he go?" "That's my father's study in there." Richard told him. Poirot crossed the room to the door, put his head around it to look into the study, and then turned back into the library, nodding as though satisfied. "I see," he murmured. Then, addressing Richard, he added, "Eh bien, monsieur, I see no need why any of you should remain in this room, if you would prefer not to." There was a general stir of relief. Dr. Corelli was the first to move. "It is understood, of course," Poirot announced, looking at the Italian doctor, "that no one should leave the house I will hold myself responsible for that," Richard declared as Barbara and Rayner left together, followed by Corelli. Caroline Amory lingered by her brother's chair. "Poor dear Claude," she murmured to herself. "Poor dear Claude." Poirot approached her. "You must have courage, mademoiselle," he told her. "The shock to you has been great, I know." Miss Amory looked at him with tears in her eyes. "I'm so glad that I ordered the cook to prepare fried sole tonight," she said. "It was one of my brother's favorite dishes." With a brave attempt to look serious and to match the solemnity of her delivery, Poirot answered, "Yes, yes, that must be a real comfort to you, I am sure." He shepherded Miss Amory out of the room. Richard followed his aunt out, and, after a moment's hesitation, Lucia made a brisk exit. Poirot and Hastings were left alone in the room with the body of Sir Claude. As soon as the room was empty, Hastings addressed Poirot eagerly. "Well, what do you think?" he asked. "Shut the door, please." "Hastings," was the only reply he received, as his friend complied. Poirot shook his head slowly and looked around the room. He moved about, casting an eye over the furniture and occasionally looking down at the floor. Suddenly, he stooped down to examine the overturned chair, the chair in which the secretary Edward Rayner had been sitting when the lights had gone out. From beneath the chair, Poirot picked up a small object. "What have you found?" Hastings asked him. "A key." Poirot replied, "It looks to me as though it might be the key of a safe." "I observed a safe in Sir Claude's study." "Will you have the goodness, Hastings, to try this key and tell me if it fits?" Hastings took the key from Poirot and went into the study with it. Meanwhile, Poirot approached the body of the scientist and, feeling in the trouser pocket, removed from it a bunch of keys, each of which he examined closely. Hastings returned, informing Poirot that, indeed, the key fitted the safe in the study. "I think I can guess what happened," Hastings continued. "I imagine Sir Claude must have dropped it, and, he broke off." And Poirot slowly shook his head doubtfully. "No, no, mon ami. Give me the key, please," he requested, frowning to himself as though perplexed. He took the key from Hastings and compared it with one of the keys on the bunch. Then, putting them back in the dead scientist's pocket, he held up the single key. "This," he told Hastings, "is a duplicate. It is indeed clumsily made, but no doubt it served its purpose." In great excitement, Hastings exclaimed, "Then that means—" He was stopped by a warning gesture from Poirot. The sound of a key being turned in the lock of the other door, which led to the front hall and the staircase to the upper floors of the house, was heard. As the two men turned, it opened slowly, and Treadwell, the butler, stood in the doorway. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Treadwell, as he came into the room and shut the door behind him. "The master told me to lock this door, as well as the other one leading from this room, until you arrived." The master. He stopped on seeing the motionless figure of Sir Claude in the chair. "I am afraid your master is dead," Poirot told him. "May I ask your name?" "Treadwell, sir." The servant moved to the front of the desk, looking at the body of his master. "Oh dear, poor Sir Claude," he murmured. Turning to Poirot, he added, "Do please forgive me, sir, but it's such a shock. May I ask what happened?" Is it murder?" "Why should you ask that?" said Poirot. Lowering his voice, the butler replied, "There have been strange things happening this evening, sir." "Oh!" exclaimed Poirot, as he exchanged glances with Hastings. "Tell me about these strange things." "Well, I hardly know where to begin, sir," Treadwell replied. I think I first felt that something was wrong when the Italian gentleman came to tea." "The Italian gentleman, Dr. Corelli, sir." "He came to tea, unexpectedly?" asked Poirot. "Yes, sir, and Miss Amory asked him to stay for the weekend, seeing as how he was a friend of Mrs. Richards. But if you ask me, sir—" He stopped, and Poirot gently prompted him. "Yes, I hope you will understand, sir," said Treadwell, "that it is not my custom to gossip about the family, but seeing that the master is dead—" He paused again, and Poirot murmured sympathetically, "Yes, yes, I understand. I am sure you were very attached to your master." Treadwell nodded, and Poirot continued, "Sir Claude sent for me in order to tell me something. You must tell me all you can." "Well, then," Treadwell responded, "in my opinion, sir, Mrs. Richard Amory did not want the Italian gentleman asked to dinner. I observed her face when Miss Amory gave the invitation." "What is your own impression of Dr. Corelli?" asked Poirot. "Dr. Corelli, sir," replied the butler rather haughtily, "is not one of us." Not quite understanding Treadwell's remark, Poirot looked inquiringly at Hastings, who turned away to hide a smile, throwing his colleague a glance of mild reproof. Poirot turned again to Treadwell. The butler's countenance remained perfectly serious. "Did you feel," Poirot queried, "that there was something odd about Dr. Corelli's coming to the house in the way that he did?" "Precisely, sir. It wasn't natural, somehow, and it was after he arrived that the trouble began, with the master telling me earlier this evening to send for you, and giving orders about the doors being locked. Mrs. Richard, too, hasn't been herself all the evening. She had to leave the dinner table. Mr. Richard, he was very upset about it." Said Poirot. "She had to leave the table. Did she come into this room?" "Yes." "Sir?" Treadwell replied. Poirot looked around the room. His eye alighted on the handbag which Lucia had left on the table. "One of the ladies has left her bag." "I see," he observed, as he picked it up. Moving closer to him to look at the handbag, Treadwell told Poirot, "That is Mrs. Richards." "Sir?" "Yes." Hastings confirmed. "I noticed her laying it down there just before she left the room." "Just before she left the room." "Eh?" said Poirot. "How curious." He put the bag down on the settee, frowned perplexedly, and stood there, apparently lost in thought. "About locking the doors, sir," Treadwell continued after a brief pause. "The master told me, suddenly starting out of his reverie." Poirot interrupted the butler. "Yes, yes. I must hear all about that. Let us go through here," he suggested, indicating the door nearer to the front of the house. Treadwell went to the door, followed by Poirot. Hastings, however, declared, rather importantly, "I think I'll stay here." Poirot turned and regarded Hastings quizzically. "No, no. Please come with us," he requested his colleague. "But don't you think it better Hastings began, when Poirot interrupted him, now speaking solemnly and meaningfully. "I need your cooperation, my friend," he said. "Oh, well, of course. In that case," the three men left the room together, closing the door behind them. No more than a few seconds later, the other door leading to the hallway was opened cautiously, and Lucia entered surreptitiously. After a hurried glance around the room, as though to assure herself that there was no one there, she approached the round table in the center of the room and picked up Sir Claude's coffee cup. A shrewd, hard look came into her eyes, which belied their customary innocent appearance, and she looked suddenly a good deal older. Lucia was still standing with the cup in her hand, as though undecided what to do, when the other door, leading to the front of the house, opened, and Poirot entered the library alone. "Permit me, madame," said Poirot, causing Lucia to start violently. He moved across to her and took the cup from her hand with the air of one indulging in a gesture of simple politeness. I came back for my bag." Lucia gasped. "Ah, yes," said Poirot. "Now, let me see. Where did I observe a lady's handbag? Ah, yes, over here." He went to the settee, picked up the bag, and handed it to Lucia. "Thank you so much," she said, glancing around distractedly as she spoke. "Not at all, madame." After a brief nervous smile at Poirot, Lucia quickly left the room. When she had gone, Poirot stood quite still for a moment or two, and then picked up the coffee cup. After smelling it cautiously, he took from his pocket a test tube, poured some of the dregs from Sir Claude's cup into it, and sealed the tube, replacing it in his pocket. He then proceeded to look around the room, counting the cups aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 6 coffee cups. A perplexed frown was beginning to gather between Poirot's brows, when suddenly his eyes shone with that green light that always betokened inward excitement. Moving swiftly to the door through which he had recently entered, he opened it and slammed it noisily shut again, and then darted to the French windows, concealing himself behind the curtains. After a few moments, the other door to the hallway opened once more, and Lucia entered again, this time even more cautiously than before, appearing to be very much on her guard, looking about her in an attempt to keep both doors in her sight. She snatched up the coffee cup from which Sir Claude had drunk and surveyed the entire room. Her eye alighted on the small table near the door to the hall, on which there stood a large bowl containing a house plant. Moving to the table, Lucia thrust the coffee cup upside down into the bowl. Then, still watching the door, she took one of the other coffee cups and placed it near Sir Claude's body. She then moved quickly to the door, but as she reached it, the door opened and her husband Richard entered with a very tall, sandy-haired man in his early 30s, whose countenance, though amiable, had an air of authority about it. The newcomer was carrying a Gladstone bag. "Lucia," Richard exclaimed, startled. "What are you doing here? I came to get my handbag," Lucia explained. "Hello, Dr. Graham. Excuse me, please," she added, hurrying past them. As Richard watched her go, Poirot emerged from behind the curtains, approaching the two men as though he had just entered the room by the other door. "Ah, here is Monsieur Poirot. Let me introduce you," Poirot, this is Dr. Graham, Kenneth Graham. Poirot and the doctor bowed to each other, and Dr. Graham went immediately to the body of the dead scientist to examine it, watched by Richard. Hercule Poirot, to whom they paid no further attention, moved about the room, counting the coffee cups again with a smile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He murmured, 5. Indeed. A light of pure enjoyment lit up Poirot's face, and he smiled in his most inscrutable fashion. Taking the test tube out of his pocket, he looked at it and slowly shook his head. Meanwhile, Dr. Graham had concluded a cursory examination of Sir Claud Amory's body. "I'm afraid," he said to Richard, "that I shan't be able to sign a death certificate." Sir Claude was in perfectly healthy condition, and it seems extremely unlikely to me that he could have suffered a sudden heart attack. I fear we shall have to find out what he had eaten or drunk in his last hours. Good heavens, man, is that really necessary? Asked Richard, with a note of alarm in his voice. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything that the rest of us didn't. It's absurd to suggest. I'm not suggesting anything. Dr. Graham interrupted, speaking firmly and with authority. I'm telling you that there will have to be an inquest, by law, and that the coroner will certainly want to know the cause of death. At present, I simply do not know what caused Sir Claude's death. I'll have his body removed, and I'll arrange for an autopsy to be done first thing tomorrow morning as a matter of urgency. I should be able to get back to you later tomorrow with some hard facts. He left the room swiftly, followed by a still expostulating Richard. Poirot looked after them, and then assumed a puzzled expression as he turned to look again at the body of the man who had called him away from London with such urgency in his voice. What was it you wanted to tell me? My friend, I wonder. What did you fear he thought to himself? Was it simply the theft of your formula? Or did you fear for your life as well? You relied on Hercule Poirot for help. You called for help too late. But I shall try to discover the truth. Shaking his head thoughtfully, Poirot was about to leave the room when Treadwell entered. I've shown the other gentleman to his room, sir. He told Poirot, may I take you to yours, which is the adjoining one at the top of the stairs. I've also taken the liberty of providing a little cold supper for you both. After your journey, on the way upstairs, I'll show you where the dining room is. Poirot inclined his head in polite acceptance. Thank you very much. Treadwell, he said, incidentally, I am going to advise Mr. Amory most strongly that this room should be kept locked until tomorrow, when we should have further information about this evening's distressing occurrence. Would you be so kind as to make it secure after we leave it now? Most certainly, sir, if that is your wish, replied Treadwell, as Poirot preceded him out of the library. Chapter 8. When Hastings came down to breakfast late the following morning, after having slept long and well, he found himself eating alone. From Treadwell, he learned that Edward Rayner had breakfasted much earlier, and had gone back to his room to put some of Sir Claude's papers in order, that Mr. and Mrs. Amory had had breakfast in their suite of rooms and had not yet appeared, and that Barbara Amory had taken a cup of coffee out into the garden, where she was presumably still sunning herself. Miss Caroline Amory had ordered breakfast in her room, pleading a slight headache, and Treadwell had not seen her subsequently. Have you caught sight of Monsieur Poirot at all this morning? Treadwell Hastings asked. and was told that his friend had risen early and had decided to take a walk to the village. I understood Monsieur Poirot to say that he had some business to conduct there. Treadwell added, after finishing a lavish breakfast of bacon, sausage and eggs, toast and coffee, Hastings returned to his comfortable room on the first floor, which offered a splendid view of part of the garden and, for a few minutes, which Hastings found rewarding, of the sunbathing Barbara Amory as well. It was not until Barbara had come indoors that Hastings settled down in an armchair with that morning's Times, which had of course gone to press too early to contain any mention of Sir Claud Amory's death the previous evening. Hastings turned to the editorial page and began to read. A good half-hour later, he awakened from a light slumber to find Hercule Poirot standing over him. Ah, mon cher, you are hard at work on the case. I see. Poirot chuckled. As a matter of fact, Poirot, I was thinking about last night's events for quite some time. Hastings asserted. I must have dozed off. And why not? My friend Poirot assured him. Me. I have been thinking about the death of Sir Claude as well. And, of course, the theft of his so important formula. I have, in fact, already taken some action, and I am expecting at any minute a telephone message to tell me if a certain suspicion of mine is correct or not. What or whom do you suspect? Poirot, Hastings asked eagerly. Poirot looked out of the window before replying. No, I do not think I can reveal that to you at this stage of the game, my friend, he replied mischievously. Let us just say that, as the magicians on the stage like to assure us, the quickness of the hand deceives the eye. Really, Poirot, Hastings exclaimed, you can be extremely irritating at times. I do think you ought to at least let me know whom you suspect of having stolen the formula. After all, I might be able to help you by. Poirot stopped his colleague with an airy gesture of his hand. The little detective was now wearing his most innocent expression and gazing out of the window, meditatively, into the far distance. You are puzzled. Hastings, he asked, you are wondering to yourself why I do not launch myself in pursuit of a suspect. Well, something of the kind, Hastings admitted. It is no doubt what you would do if you were in my place, observed Poirot complacently. I understand that, but I am not of those who enjoy rushing about, seeking a needle in a haystack, as you English say. For the moment, I am content to wait. As to why I wait, eh bien, to the intelligence of Hercule Poirot, things are sometimes perfectly clear, which are not at all clear to those who are not so greatly gifted. Good Lord, Poirot Hastings exclaimed, do you know, I'd give a considerable sum of money to see you make a thorough ass of yourself. Just for once. You're so confoundedly conceited. Do not enrage yourself. My dear Hastings, Poirot replied soothingly, in verity, I observe that there are times when you seem almost to detest me. Alas, I suffer the penalties of greatness. The little man puffed out his chest and sighed so comically that Hastings was forced to laugh. Poirot, you really have the best opinion of yourself of anyone I've ever known, he declared. What will you? When one is unique, one knows it. But now, to serious matters. My dear Hastings, let me tell you that I have asked Sir Claude's son, Mr. Richard Amory, to meet us in the library at noon. I say us, Hastings, for I need you to be there, my friend, to observe closely. As always, I shall be delighted to assist you. Poirot, his friend assured him. At noon, Poirot. Hastings and Richard Amory met in the library, from which the body of Sir Claude had been removed late the previous evening. While Hastings listened and observed from a comfortable position on the settee, the detective asked Richard Amory to recount in detail the events of the evening prior to his, Poirot's, arrival. When he had concluded his recital of events, Richard, sitting in the chair which his father had occupied the previous evening, added, "Well, that's about everything. I hope I've made myself clear. But perfectly, Monsieur Amory. Perfectly," Poirot replied, leaning against an arm of the only armchair in the room. "I now have a clear tableau." Shutting his eyes, he attempted to conjure up the scene. There is Sir Claude in his chair, dominating the situation. Then the darkness, the knocking on the door. Yes, indeed. A dramatic little scene. "Well," said Richard, making as if to rise. "If that is all." "Just one little minute," said Poirot, with a gesture as though to detain him, lowering himself to his chair again with an air of reluctance. Richard asked, "Yes, what about earlier in the evening, Monsieur Amory?" "Earlier in the evening." "Yes," Poirot reminded him. "After dinner?" "That," said Richard, "there's really nothing more to tell. My father and his secretary, Edward Rayner, went straight into my father's study. The rest of us were in here." Poirot beamed at Richard encouragingly. "And you did?" "What, we just talked. We had the gramophone on for most of the time." Poirot thought for a moment. Then, "Nothing took place that strikes you as worth recalling?" he asked. "Nothing whatever." Richard affirmed very quickly, watching him closely. Poirot pressed on. "When was the coffee served?" "Immediately after dinner," was Richard's reply. Poirot made a circular motion with his hand. "Did the butler hand it around? Or did he leave it here to be poured out?" "I really can't remember," said Richard. Poirot gave a slight sigh. He thought for a moment, and then asked, "Did you all take coffee?" "Yes, I think so. All except Rayner. That is, he doesn't drink coffee. And Sir Claude's coffee was taken to him in the study, I suppose so," replied Richard, with some irritation beginning to show in his voice. "Are all these details really necessary?" Poirot lifted his arms in a gesture of apology. "I am so sorry," he said. "It is just that I'm very anxious to get the whole picture straight in my mind's eye. And, after all, we do want to get this precious formula back. Do we not?" "I suppose so," was again Richard's rather sullen rejoinder. At which Poirot's eyebrows shot up exaggeratedly, and he uttered an exclamation of surprise. "No, of course, we do." Richard hastened to add, "Poirot," looking away from Richard Amory, asked, "Now, when did Sir Claude come from the study into this room?" "Just as they were trying to get that door open," Amory told him. They queried Poirot, rounding on him. "Yes, Rayner and the others. May I ask who wanted it opened?" "My wife, Lucia," said Richard. "She hadn't been feeling well all the evening, Poirot's tone was sympathetic as he replied, La pauvre dame. I hope she finds herself better this morning. There are one or two things I urgently desire to ask her. I'm afraid that's quite impossible, said Richard. She's not up to seeing anyone or answering any questions. In any case, there's nothing she could tell you that I couldn't. Quite so, Poirot assured him. But women, Monsieur Amory, have a great capacity for observing things in detail. Still, doubtless your aunt, Miss Amory, will do as well. She's in bed, said Richard hastily. My father's death was a great shock to her. Yes, I see, murmured Poirot thoughtfully. There was a pause. Richard, looking distinctly uncomfortable, rose and turned to the French windows. Let's have some air, he announced. It's very hot in here. You are like all the English, Poirot declared, smiling. The good open air. You will not leave it in the open. No. It must be brought inside the house. You don't mind. I hope Richard asked. Me, said Poirot. No, of course not. I have adopted all the English habits, everywhere. I am taken for an Englishman. On the settee. Hastings could not help but smile to himself. But, pardon me, Monsieur Amory, is not that window locked by some ingenious device? Richard said. But the key to it is on my father's bunch of keys, which I have here. Taking the keys from his pocket, he moved to the French windows and undid the catch, flinging the windows open wide, moving away from him. Poirot sat on the stool, well away from the French windows and the fresh air, and shivered, while Richard took a deep breath of air and then stood for a moment looking out at the garden, before coming back to Poirot with the air of someone who has arrived at a decision. Monsieur Poirot, Richard Amory declared, I won't beat about the bush. I know my wife begged you last night to remain, but she was upset and hysterical and hardly knew what she was doing. I'm the person concerned, and I tell you frankly that I don't care a damn about the formula. My father was a rich man. This discovery of his was worth a great deal of money, but I don't need more than I've got, and I can't pretend to share his enthusiasm in the matter. There are explosives enough in the world already. I see, murmured Poirot thoughtfully. What I say, continued Richard, is that we should let the whole thing drop. Poirot's eyebrows shot up as he made his familiar gesture of surprise. You prefer that I should depart, he asked, that I should make no further investigations? Yes, that's it. Richard Amory sounded uncomfortable as he half turned away from Poirot. But, the detective persisted, whoever stole the formula would not do so in order to make no use of it. No, Richard admitted. He turned back to Poirot, but still, slowly and meaningfully. Poirot continued, Then you do not object to the, how shall I put it, the stigma. Stigma, exclaimed Richard sharply. 5 people, Poirot explained to him. 5 people had the opportunity of stealing the formula. Until one is proved guilty, the other 4 cannot be proved innocent. Treadwell had entered the room while Poirot was speaking. As Richard began to stammer irresolutely, the butler interrupted him. I beg your pardon, sir, he said to his employer, but Dr. Graham is here, and would like to see you, clearly glad of the opportunity to escape further questioning from Poirot. Richard replied, "I'll come at once," moving to the door as he spoke. Turning to Poirot, he asked formally, "Would you excuse me, please," as he left with Treadwell. When the two men had departed, Hastings rose from the settee and approached Poirot, bursting with suppressed excitement. He Somsri Fon. "I say," he exclaimed. "Poison! Eh? What?" my dear Hastings asked Poirot. "Poison, surely," Hastings repeated, nodding his head vigorously. Poirot surveyed his friend with an amused twinkle in his eye. "How dramatic you are, my dear Hastings," he exclaimed. "With what swiftness and brilliance you leap to conclusions. Now then, Poirot," Hastings protested, "you can't put me off that way. You're not going to pretend that you think the old fellow died of heart disease. What happened last night positively leaps to the eye. But I must say, Richard Amory can't be a very bright sort of chap. The possibility of poison doesn't seem to have occurred to him." "You think not?" my friend asked Poirot. "I spotted it last night, when Dr. Graham announced that he couldn't issue a death certificate and said that there would have to be an autopsy." Poirot gave a slight sigh. Yes, he murmured placatingly. "It is the result of the autopsy that Dr. Graham comes to announce this morning. We shall know whether you are right or not in a very few minutes." Poirot seemed to be about to say something further, but then checked himself. He moved to the mantelpiece and began to adjust the vase containing the spills used for lighting the fire. Hastings watched him affectionately. "I say, Poirot," he laughed. "What a fellow you are for neatness. Is not the effect more pleasing now?" asked Poirot, as he surveyed the mantelpiece with his head on one side. Hastings snorted. "I can't say it worried me greatly before." "Beware," said Poirot, shaking an admonishing finger at him. "The symmetry. It is everything. Everywhere there should be neatness and order, especially in the little gray cells of the brain." He tapped his head as he spoke. "Oh, come on. Don't leap onto your hobby horse," Hastings begged him. "Just tell me what your precious little gray cells make of this business." Poirot moved to the settee and sat before replying. He regarded Hastings steadily, his eyes narrowing like a cat's, until they showed only a gleam of green. "If you would use your gray cells and attempt to see the whole case clearly, as I attempt to do, you would perhaps perceive the truth. My friend," he announced smugly. "However," he continued, in a tone which suggested that he considered he was behaving with great magnanimity, "before Dr. Graham arrives, let us first hear the ideas of my friend Hastings." "Well," Hastings began eagerly, "the key being found under the secretary's chair is suspicious." "You think so, do you, Hastings?" "Of course," his friend replied, "highly suspicious, but, on the whole, I plump for the Italian." "Ah," Poirot murmured, "the mysterious Dr. Corelli." "Mysterious, exactly," Hastings continued. "That's precisely the right word for him. What is he doing down here in the country, I'll tell you. He was after Sir Claud Amory's formula. He's almost certainly the emissary of a foreign government. You know the kind of thing?" "I mean, I do." "Indeed, Hastings?" Poirot responded with a smile. "After all, I do occasionally go to the cinema. You know. And if it turns out that Sir Claude was indeed poisoned, Hastings was now well into his stride. It makes Dr. Corelli more than ever the prime suspect. Remember, the Borgia's poison is a very Italian sort of crime. But what I'm afraid of is that Corelli will get away with the formula in his possession. He will not do that. My friend, said Poirot, shaking his head. How on earth can you be so sure? Hastings inquired. Poirot leaned back in his chair and brought the tips of his fingers together in his familiar manner. I do not exactly know. Hastings, he admitted. I cannot be sure. Of course, but I have a little idea. What do you mean? Where do you think that formula is now? My clever collaborator, Poirot, asked. How should I know? Poirot looked at Hastings for a moment, as though giving his friend a chance to consider the question. Then, think, my friend, he said encouragingly. Arrange your ideas. Be methodical. Be orderly. That is the secret of success. When Hastings merely shook his head with a perplexed air, the detective attempted to give his colleague a clue. There is only one place where it can be. Poirot told him. And where is that? For heaven's sake, Hastings asked, with a distinct note of irritation in his voice. In this room? Of course, Poirot announced, a triumphant Cheshire cat-like grin appearing on his face. What on earth do you mean? But yes, Hastings, just consider the facts. We know from the good Treadwell that Sir Claude took certain precautions to prevent the formula from being removed from this room. When he sprang his little surprise and announced our imminent arrival, it is quite certain, therefore, that the thief still had the formula on his person. What must he do? He dare not risk having it found on him when I arrived. He can do only two things. He can return it, in the manner suggested by Sir Claude, or else he can hide it somewhere, under cover of that 1 minute of total darkness. Since he did not do the first, he must have done the second. Voila. It is obvious to me that the formula is hidden in this room. By God! Poirot, Hastings exclaimed in great excitement, I believe you're right. Let's look for it. He rose quickly and moved to the desk. By all means, if it amuses you. Poirot responded, but there is someone who will be able to find it more easily than you can. Oh. And who is that? Asked Hastings. Poirot twirled his mustache with enormous energy. Why? The person who hid it. Parbleu, he exclaimed, accompanying his words with the kind of gesture more suitably employed by a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. You mean that? I mean, Poirot explained patiently to his colleague, that sooner or later the thief will try to recapture his booty, one or the other of us. Therefore, must constantly remain on guard, hearing the door being opened slowly and cautiously. He broke off and beckoned Hastings to join him by the gramophone, out of the immediate sight of anyone entering the room. Poirot surveyed his friend with an amused twinkle in his eye. How dramatic you are, my dear Hastings, he exclaimed. With what swiftness and brilliance you leap to conclusions. Now then, Poirot. Hastings protested. You can't put me off that way. You're not going to pretend that you think the old fellow died of heart disease. What happened last night positively leaps to the eye. But I must say, Richard Amory can't be a very bright sort of chap. The possibility of poison doesn't seem to have occurred to him. You think not, my friend? asked Poirot. "I spotted it last night, when Dr. Graham announced that he couldn't issue a death certificate and said that there would have to be an autopsy." Poirot gave a slight sigh. "Yes, yes," he murmured placatingly. "It is the result of the autopsy that Dr. Graham comes to announce this morning. We shall know whether you are right or not in a very few minutes." Poirot seemed to be about to say something further, but then checked himself. He moved to the mantelpiece and began to adjust the vase containing the spills used for lighting the fire. Hastings watched him affectionately. "I say, Poirot," he laughed, "what a fellow you are for neatness." "Is not the effect more pleasing now?" asked Poirot, as he surveyed the mantelpiece with his head on one side. Hastings snorted. "I can't say it worried me greatly before." "Beware," said Poirot, shaking an admonishing finger at him. "The symmetry. It is everything. Everywhere there should be neatness and order, especially in the little gray cells of the brain." He tapped his head as he spoke. "Oh, come on. Don't leap onto your hobby horse," Hastings begged him. "Just tell me what your precious little gray cells make of this business." Poirot moved to the settee and sat before replying. He regarded Hastings steadily, his eyes narrowing like a cat's until they showed only a gleam of green. "If you would use your gray cells and attempt to see the whole case clearly, as I attempt to do, you would perhaps perceive the truth, my friend," he announced smugly. "However," he continued, in a tone which suggested that he considered he was behaving with great magnanimity, "before Dr. Graham arrives, let us first hear the ideas of my friend Hastings." "Well," Hastings began, eagerly, "the key being found under the secretary's chair is suspicious." "You think so? Do you, Hastings?" "Of course," his friend replied. "Highly suspicious. But, on the whole, I plump for the Italian." "Ah," Poirot murmured. "The mysterious Dr. Corelli. Mysterious, exactly." Hastings continued. "That's precisely the right word for him. What is he doing?" "Down here in the country, I'll tell you. He was after Sir Claud Amory's formula. He's almost certainly the emissary of a foreign government. You know the kind of thing I mean." "I do, indeed, Hastings," Poirot responded with a smile. "After all, I do occasionally go to the cinema, you know. And if it turns out that Sir Claude was indeed poisoned," Hastings was now well into his stride, "it makes Dr. Corelli more than ever the prime suspect. Remember, the Borgia's poison is a very Italian sort of crime. But what I'm afraid of is that Corelli will get away with the formula in his possession." "He will not do that, my friend," said Poirot, shaking his head. "How on earth can you be so sure?" Hastings inquired. Poirot leaned back in his chair and brought the tips of his fingers together in his familiar manner. "I do not exactly know, Hastings," he admitted. "I cannot be sure, of course, but I have a little idea." "What do you mean? Where do you think that formula is now?" "My clever collaborator," Poirot asked. "How should I know?" Poirot looked at Hastings for a moment, as though giving his friend a chance to consider the question. Then, "Think, my friend," he said encouragingly. "Arrange your ideas. Be methodical. Be orderly. That is the secret of success." When Hastings merely shook his head with a perplexed air, the detective attempted to give his colleague a clue. "There is only one place where it can be," Poirot told him. "And where is that, for heaven's sake?" Hastings asked. with a distinct note of irritation in his voice. "In this room, of course," Poirot announced, a triumphant Cheshire cat-like grin appearing on his face. "What on earth do you mean? But yes, Hastings, just consider the facts. We know from the good Treadwell that Sir Claude took certain precautions to prevent the formula from being removed from this room when he sprang his little surprise and announced our imminent arrival. It is quite certain, therefore, that the thief still had the formula on his person. What must he do? He dare not risk having it found on him when I arrived. He can do only two things. He can return it in the manner suggested by Sir Claude, or else he can hide it somewhere under cover of that 1 minute of total darkness. Since he did not do the first, he must have done the second. Voila! It is obvious to me that the formula is hidden in this room. By God, Poirot, Hastings exclaimed in great excitement, I believe you're right. Let's look for it. He rose quickly and moved to the desk. By all means, if it amuses you. Poirot responded, but there is someone who will be able to find it more easily than you can. Oh, and who is that? Asked Hastings. Poirot twirled his mustache with enormous energy. Why, the person who hid it, parbleu, he exclaimed, accompanying his words with the kind of gesture more suitably employed by a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. You mean that? I mean, Poirot explained patiently to his colleague, that sooner or later the thief will try to recapture his booty. One or the other of us, therefore, must constantly remain on guard. Hearing the door being opened slowly and cautiously, he broke off and beckoned Hastings to join him by the gramophone, out of the immediate sight of anyone entering the room. The door opened, and Barbara Amory entered the room cautiously. Taking a chair from near the wall, she placed it in front of the bookcase, climbed on it, and reached for the tin case containing the drugs. At that moment, Hastings suddenly sneezed, and Barbara, with a start, dropped the box. Oh, she exclaimed in some confusion. I didn't know there was anyone here. Hastings rushed forward and retrieved the box, which Poirot then took from him. Permit me, mademoiselle, said the detective. I am sure that is too heavy for you. He moved to the center table and placed the tin case upon it. It is a little collection of yours, he asked. The bird's eggs, the seashells. Perhaps I'm afraid it's much more prosaic. Monsieur Poirot, replied Barbara, with a nervous laugh. Nothing but pills and powders. But surely, said Poirot, one so young, so full of health and vigor, has no need of these bagatelles. Oh, it's not for me, Barbara assured him. It's for Lucia. She's got such an awful headache this morning. La pauvre dame, murmured Poirot, his voice dripping with sympathy. She sent you for these pills? Then... Yes, replied Barbara. I gave her a couple of aspirin, but she wanted some real dope. I said I'd bring up the whole outfit, that is, if no one were here. Poirot, leaning his hands on the box, spoke thoughtfully. If no one were here, why would that matter? Mademoiselle, well, you know what it is in a place like this, Barbara explained. Fuss, I mean. Aunt Caroline, for instance, is like a ducky old hen, and Richard's a damned nuisance and completely useless into the bargain, as men always are when you're ill. Poirot nodded in comprehension. I understand, he told Barbara. bowing his head as a sign that he accepted her explanation. He rubbed his fingers along the lid of the case containing the drugs, and then looked quickly at his hands. Pausing for a moment, he cleared his throat with a slightly affected sound, and then went on. Do you know, mademoiselle, that you are very fortunate in your domestic servants? What do you mean? Asked Barbara. Poirot showed her the tin case. See, he pointed out, on this box there is no speck of dust. To mount on a chair and bother to dust so high up there, not all domestics would be so conscientious. Yes, Barbara agreed. I thought it odd last night that it wasn't dusty. You had this case of drugs down last night? Poirot asked her. Yes, after dinner. It's full of old hospital stuff. You know, let us have a look at these hospital drugs, suggested Poirot as he opened the box, taking out some files and holding them up. He raised his eyebrows exaggeratedly. Strychnine, atropine, a very pretty little collection. Ah, here is a tube of hyoscine, nearly empty. What? Exclaimed Barbara. Why, they were all full last night. I'm sure they were. Voila! Poirot held out a tube to her, and then replaced it in the box. This is very curious. You say that all these little, what do you call them, files, were full. Where exactly was this case of drugs last night, mademoiselle? Well, when we took it down, we placed it on this table. Barbara informed him. And Dr. Corelli was looking through the drugs, commenting on them, and she broke off as Lucia entered the room. Richard Amory's wife looked surprised to see the two men. Her pale, proud face seemed careworn in the daylight, and there was something wistful in the curve of her mouth. Barbara hastened to her. Oh, darling, you shouldn't have got up. She told Lucia. I was just coming up to you. My headache is much better. Barbara, dear, Lucia replied, her eyes fixed on Poirot. I came down because I want to speak to Monsieur Poirot. But, my pet, don't you think you should, please, Barbara? Oh, very well. You know best, said Barbara as she moved to the door, which Hastings rushed to open for her. When she had gone, Lucia moved to a chair and sat down. Monsieur Poirot, she began. I am at your service, madame. Poirot responded politely. Lucia spoke hesitantly, and her voice trembled a little. Monsieur Poirot, she began again. Last night I made a request to you. I asked you to stay on here. I begged you to do so. This morning I see that I made a mistake. Are you sure? Madame Poirot asked her quietly. Quite sure. I was nervous last night and overwrought. I am most grateful to you for doing what I asked, but now it is better that you should go. Ah, c'est comme ça, Poirot murmured beneath his breath. Aloud, his response was merely a non-committal. I see. Madame, rising. Lucia glanced at him nervously as she asked, That is settled. Then, not quite. Madame, replied Poirot, taking a step towards her. If you remember, you expressed a doubt that your father-in-law had died a natural death. I was hysterical last night. Lucia insisted. I did not know what I was saying. Then you are now convinced. Poirot persisted that his death was, after all, natural. Absolutely, Lucia declared. Poirot's eyebrows rose a trifle. He looked at her in silence. Why do you look at me like that? Lucia asked with alarm in her voice. Because, madame, it is sometimes difficult to set a dog on the scent, but once he has found it, nothing on earth will make him leave it, not if he is a good dog. And I, madame, I, Hercule Poirot, am a very good dog. In great agitation, Lucia declared, "Oh, but you must. You really must go. I beg you. I implore you. You don't know what harm you may do by remaining." "Harm?" asked Poirot. "To you, madame, to all of us. Monsieur Poirot, I can't explain further, but I beg you to accept my word that it is so. From the first moment I saw you, I trusted you. Please." She broke off as the door opened, and Richard, looking shocked, entered with Dr. Graham. "Lucia," her husband exclaimed as he caught sight of her. "Richard, what is it?" asked Lucia anxiously as she rushed to his side. "What has happened? Something new has happened. I can see it in your face. What is it?" "Nothing, my dear," replied Richard, with an attempt at reassurance in his tone. "Do you mind leaving us for a moment?" Lucia's eyes searched his face. "Can't I—" she began, but hesitated as Richard moved to the door and opened it. "Please," he repeated, with a final, backward glance in which there was a distinct element of fear. Lucia left the room, putting his Gladstone bag on the coffee table. Dr. Graham crossed to the settee and sat. "I'm afraid this is a bad business, Monsieur Poirot," he announced to the detective. "A bad business. You say, yes, you have discovered what caused the death of Sir Claude?" asked Poirot. "His death was due to poisoning by a powerful vegetable alkaloid," Graham declared, "such as hyoscine." "Perhaps," Poirot suggested, picking up the tin case of drugs from the table. "Why, yes, exactly." Dr. Graham sounded surprised at the detective's accurate surmise. Poirot took the case to the other side of the room, placing it on the gramophone table, and Hastings followed him there. Meanwhile, Richard Amory joined the doctor on the settee. "What does this mean?" "Actually," Richard asked Dr. Graham, "for one thing, it means the involvement of the police," was Graham's prompt reply. "My God," exclaimed Richard, "this is terrible. Can't you possibly hush it up?" De Graham looked at Richard Amory steadily before he spoke, slowly and deliberately. "My dear Richard," he said, "believe me, nobody could be more pained and grieved at this horrible calamity than I am. Especially since under the circumstances, it does not seem likely that the poison could have been self-administered." Richard paused for several seconds before he spoke. "Are you saying it was murder?" he asked in an unsteady voice. Dr. Graham did not speak, but nodded solemnly. "Murder!" exclaimed Richard. "What on earth are we going to do, adopting a brisker, more businesslike manner?" Graham explained the procedure to be followed. "I have notified the coroner. The inquest will be held tomorrow at the King's Arms, and you mean the police will have to be involved. There's no way out of it." "There is not. Surely you must realize that." Richard said Dr. Graham. Richard's tone was frantic as he began to exclaim, "But why didn't you warn me that? Come on, Richard, take a hold of yourself. I'm sure you understand that I have only taken such steps as I thought absolutely necessary." Graham interrupted him. After all, no time should be lost in matters of this kind. "My God!" exclaimed Richard. Dr. Graham addressed Amory in a kindlier tone. "Richard, I know. I do understand. This has been a terrible shock to you. But there are things I must ask you about. Do you feel equal to answering a few questions?" Richard made a visible effort to pull himself together. "What do you want to know?" he asked. "First of all," said Graham, "what food and drink did your father have at dinner last night?" "Let's see. We all had the same soup, fried sole, cutlets, and we finished off with a fruit salad. Now, what about drink?" continued Dr. Graham. Richard considered for a moment before replying. "My father and my aunt drank Burgundy. So did Rayner. I think I stuck with whiskey and soda. And Dr. Corelli. Yes. Dr. Corelli drank white wine throughout the meal." "Ah, yes. The mysterious Dr. Corelli," Graham murmured. "You'll excuse me." "Richard, but how much precisely do you know about this man?" Interested to hear Richard Amory's reply to this. Hastings moved closer to the two men. "In answer to Dr. Graham," Richard declared, "I know nothing about him. I'd never met him or even heard of him until yesterday. But he is a friend of your wife?" asked the doctor. "Apparently he is." "Does she know him intimately?" "Oh, no. He is a mere acquaintance, I gather." Graham made a little clicking sound with his tongue and shook his head. "You've not allowed him to leave the house. I hope he asked." No, Richard assured him. "I pointed out to him last night that, until this matter was cleared up, the business of the formula being stolen, it would be best for him to remain here at the house. In fact, I sent down to the inn where he had a room and had his things brought up here." "Didn't he make any protest at all?" Graham asked in some surprise. "Oh, no. In fact, he agreed quite eagerly." Was Graham's only response to this. Then, looking about him, he asked, "Well now, what about this room?" Poirot approached the two men. "The doors were locked last night by Treadwell, the butler," he assured Dr. Graham, "and the keys were given to me. Everything is exactly as it was, except that we have moved the chairs. As you see." Dr. Graham looked at the coffee cup on the table. Pointing to it, he asked, "Is that the cup?" He went across to the table, picked up the cup, and sniffed at it. "Richard," he asked, "is this the cup your father drank from? I'd better take it. It will have to be analyzed." Carrying the cup over to the coffee table, he opened his bag. Richard sprang to his feet. "Surely you don't think—" he began, but then broke off. "It seems highly unlikely," Graham told him, "that the poison could have been administered at dinner. The most likely explanation is that the hyoscine was added to Sir Claude's coffee. I, Richard tried to utter as he trees and took a step towards the doctor, but then broke off with a despairing gesture and left the room abruptly through the French windows into the garden. Graham took a small cardboard box of cotton wool from his bag and carefully packed the cup in it, talking to Poirot as he did so. "A nasty business," he confided. "I'm not at all surprised that Richard Amory is upset. The newspapers will make the most of this Italian doctor's friendship with his wife, and mud tends to stick. Monsieur Poirot, mud tends to stick." Poor lady. She was probably wholly innocent. The man obviously made her acquaintance in some plausible way. They're astonishingly clever, these foreigners. Of course, I suppose I shouldn't be talking this way, as though the thing were a foregone conclusion. But what else is one to imagine? You think it leaps to the eye. Yes, Poirot asked him, exchanging glances with Hastings. Well, after all, Dr. Graham explained, Sir Claude's invention was valuable. This foreigner comes along, of whom nobody knows anything. An Italian. Sir Claude is mysteriously poisoned. Ah, yes, the Borgias, exclaimed Poirot. I beg your pardon? Asked the doctor. Nothing. Dr. Graham picked up his bag and prepared to leave, holding out his hand to Poirot. Well, I'd best be off. Goodbye, for the present. Monsieur le Docteur, said Poirot as they shook hands. At the door, Graham paused and looked back. Goodbye, Monsieur Poirot. You will see that nobody disturbs anything in this room until the police arrive, won't you? That's extremely important, most certainly. I shall make myself responsible for it, Poirot assured him, as Graham left, closing the door behind him. Hastings observed dryly, You know, Poirot, I shouldn't like to be ill in this house. For one thing, there appears to be a poisoner at loose in the place, and for another, I'm not at all sure I trust that young doctor. Poirot gave Hastings a quizzical look. Let us hope that we will not be in this house long enough to become ill, he said, moving to the fireplace and pressing the bell. And now, my dear Hastings, to work, he announced as he rejoined his colleague, who was contemplating the coffee table with a puzzled expression. What are you going to do? Hastings asked. You and I, my friend, replied Poirot with a twinkle in his eye, are going to interview Cesare Borgia. Treadwell entered in response to Poirot's call. You rang, sir, the butler asked. Yet, Treadwell. Will you please ask the Italian gentleman, Dr. Corelli, if he would be kind enough to come here certainly? Sir, Treadwell replied. He left the room, and Poirot went to the table to pick up the case of drugs. It would be well, I think, he confided to Hastings, if we were to put this box of so very dangerous drugs back in its proper place. Let us, above all things, be neat and orderly. Handing the tin case to Hastings, Poirot took a chair to the bookcase and climbed onto it. The old cry for neatness and symmetry, Hastings exclaimed. But there's more to it than that, I imagine. What do you mean? My friend asked Poirot. I know what it is. You don't want to scare Corelli. After all, who handled those drugs last night, amongst others? He did. If he saw them down on the table, it might put him on his guard, Poirot. Poirot tapped Hastings on the head. How astute is my friend Hastings, he declared, taking the case from him. I know you too well. Hastings insisted, You can't throw dust in my eyes. As Hastings spoke, Poirot drew a finger along the top of the bookshelf, sweeping dust down into his friend's upturned face. It seems to me, my dear Hastings, that is precisely what I have done, Poirot exclaimed as he gingerly drew a finger along the shelf again, making a grimace as he did so. It appears that I have praised the domestics too soon. This shelf is thick with dust. I wish I had a good wet duster in my hand to clean it up. My dear Poirot, Hastings laughed. You're not a housemaid. Alas, no, observed Poirot sadly. I am only a detective. Well, there's nothing to detect up there, Hastings declared. So get down. As you say, there is nothing, Poirot began, and then stopped dead, standing quite still on the chair, as though turned to stone. What is it? Hastings asked him impatiently, adding, Do get down. Poirot, Dr. Corelli will be here at any minute. You don't want him to find you up there, do you? You are right, my friend. Poirot agreed as he got down slowly from the chair. His face wore a solemn expression. What on earth is the matter? Asked Hastings. It is that I am thinking of something, Poirot replied with a faraway look in his eyes. What are you thinking of? Dust. Hastings. Dust, said Poirot in an odd voice. The door opened, and Dr. Corelli entered the room. He and Poirot greeted each other with the greatest of ceremony, each politely speaking the other's native tongue. Ah, Monsieur Poirot, Corelli began. Vous voulez me questionner, si, Signor Dottore. Se li permette, Poirot replied. Ah, lei parla italiano? Si, ma preferisco parlare in francese. Alors, Sacred Corelli, qu'est-ce que vous voulez me demander? I say, Hastings interjected with a certain irritation in his voice. What the devil is all this? Ah, the poor Hastings is not a linguist. I had forgotten. Poirot smiled. We had better speak English. I beg your pardon? Of course. Corelli agreed. He addressed Poirot with an air of great frankness. I am glad that you have sent for me. Monsieur Poirot, he declared, had you not done so, I should myself have requested an interview. Indeed, remarked Poirot, indicating a chair by the table. Corelli sat, while Poirot seated himself in the armchair, and Hastings made himself comfortable on the settee. Yes, the Italian doctor continued. As it happens, I have business in London of an urgent nature. Pray, continue. Poirot encouraged him. Yes, of course. I quite appreciated the position last night. A valuable document had been stolen. I was the only stranger present. Naturally, I was only too willing to remain, to permit myself to be searched. In fact, to insist on being searched. As a man of honor, I could do nothing else. Quite so, Poirot agreed. But today is different, replied Corelli. I have, as I say, urgent business in London. And you wish to take your departure. Exactly. It seems most reasonable, Poirot declared. Do you not think so? Hastings made no reply, but looked as though he did not think it at all reasonable. Perhaps a word from you, Monsieur Poirot, to Mr. Amory would be in order, Corelli suggested. I should like to avoid any unpleasantness. My good offices are at your disposal, Monsieur le Docteur, Poirot assured him. And now, perhaps you can assist me with one or two details. I should be only too happy to do so. Corelli replied. Poirot considered for a moment, before asking, Is Madame Richard Amory an old friend of yours? A very old friend, said Corelli. He sighed. It was a delightful surprise, running across her so unexpectedly in this out-of-the-way spot. Unexpectedly. You say, Poirot asked. Quite unexpectedly. Corelli replied, with a quick glance at the detective. Quite unexpectedly. Poirot repeated. Fancy that. A certain tension had crept into the atmosphere. Corelli looked at Poirot sharply, but said nothing. You are interested in the latest discoveries of science, Poirot asked him. Certainly. I am a doctor. Ah, but that does not quite follow. Surely, Poirot observed. A new vaccine, a new ray, a new germ, all this? Yes, but a new explosive. Surely, that is not quite the province of a doctor of medicine. Science should be of interest to all of us. Corelli insisted. It represents the triumph of man over nature. Man wrings secrets from nature in spite of her bitter opposition. Poirot nodded his head in agreement. It is indeed admirable. What you say there, it is poetic. But, as my friend Hastings reminded me just now, I am only a detective. I appreciate things from a more practical standpoint. This discovery of Sir Claude's, it was worth a great amount of money. Possibly. Corelli's tone was dismissive. I have not given that side of the matter much thought. You are evidently a man of lofty principles, observed Poirot, and also, no doubt, a man of means. Traveling, for instance, is an expensive hobby. One should see the world one lives in, said Corelli dryly. Indeed, Poirot agreed. And the people who live in it, curious people. Some of them. The thief, for instance, what a curious mentality he must have. As you say, Corelli agreed, most curious, and the blackmailer. Poirot continued. What do you mean? Corelli asked sharply. I said, the blackmailer. Poirot repeated. There was an awkward pause before he continued. But we are wandering from our subject. The death of Sir Claud Amory. The death of Sir Claud Amory. Why is that our subject? Ah, of course. Poirot recalled. You do not yet know. I am afraid that Sir Claude did not die as the result of a heart attack. He was poisoned. He watched the Italian closely for his reaction. Ah, murmured Corelli, with a nod of the head. That does not surprise you? Asked Poirot. Frankly, no. Corelli replied, I suspected as much last night. You see, then, Poirot continued, that the matter has become much more serious. His tone changed. You will not be able to leave the house today. Dr. Corelli, leaning forward to Poirot, Corelli asked, Do you connect Sir Claude's death with the stealing of the formula? Certainly. Poirot replied, Do not you... Oh, Corelli spoke quickly and urgently. Is there no one in this house, no member of this family, who desired the death of Sir Claude, quite apart from any question of the formula? What does his death mean to most of the people in this house? I will tell you. It means freedom. Monsieur Poirot. Freedom. And what you mentioned just now, money. That old man was a tyrant, and apart from his beloved work, he was a miser. Did you observe all this last night? Monsieur le Docteur asked Poirot innocently. What if I did? Replied Corelli. I have eyes. I can see. At least 3 of the people in this house wanted Sir Claude out of the way. He rose and looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. But that does not concern me now. Hastings leaned forward, looking very interested, as Corelli continued. I am vexed that I cannot keep my appointment in London. I am desolated. Monsieur le Docteur, said Poirot. But what can I do? Well, then, you have no further need of me, asked Corelli. For the moment, no. Poirot told him. Dr. Corelli moved to the door. I will tell you one thing more. Monsieur Poirot, he announced, opening the door and turning back to face the detective. There are some women whom it is dangerous to drive too far. Poirot bowed to him politely, and Corelli returned his bow somewhat more ironically before making his exit. When Corelli had left the room, Hastings stared after him for a few moments. I say, Poirot, he asked finally, what do you think he meant by that? Poirot shrugged his shoulders. It was a remark of no consequence. He declared, but Poirot. Hastings persisted. I'm sure Corelli was trying to tell you something. Ring the bell once more. Hastings was the little detective's only response. Hastings did as he was bidden, but could not refrain from a further inquiry. What are you going to do now? Poirot's reply was in his most enigmatic vein. You will see. My dear Hastings, patience is a great virtue. Treadwell entered the room again with his usual respectful inquiry of, Yes? Sir Poirot beamed at him genially. Treadwell, will you present my compliments to Miss Caroline Amory and ask her if she will be good enough to allow me a few minutes of her time? Certainly, sir. I thank you. Treadwell. When the butler had left, Hastings exclaimed, But the old soul's in bed. Surely you're not going to make her get up if she isn't feeling well. My friend Hastings knows everything. So she is in bed. Yes. Well, isn't she? Poirot patted his friend's shoulder affectionately. That is just what I want to find out. But, surely. Hastings elaborated. Don't you remember? Richard Amory said so. The detective regarded his friend steadily. Hastings, he declared, here is a man killed, and how does his family react? With lies, lies, lies everywhere. Why does Madame Amory want me to go? Why does Monsieur Amory want me to go? Why does he wish to prevent me from seeing his aunt? What can she tell me that he does not want me to hear, I tell you? Hastings, what we have here is drama. Not a simple, sordid crime, but drama, poignant, human drama. He looked as though he would have expanded on this theme had not Miss Amory entered at that moment. Monsieur Poirot, she addressed him as she closed the door. Treadwell tells me you wanted to see me. Ah, yes, Mademoiselle, Poirot declared as he went to her. It is just that I would like to ask you a few questions. Will you not sit down? He led her to a chair by the table, and she sat, looking at him nervously. But I understood that you were prostrated, ill. Poirot continued as he sat on the other side of the table and regarded her with an expression of anxious solicitude. It's all been a terrible shock, of course. Caroline Amory sighed. Really terrible. But what I always say is somebody must keep their head. The servants, you know, are in a turmoil. Well, she continued, speaking more quickly, you know what servants are. Monsieur Poirot, they positively delight in funerals. They prefer a death to a wedding. I do believe, now, dear Dr. Graham, He is so kind, such a comfort, a really clever doctor. And of course, he's so fond of Barbara. I think it's a pity that Richard doesn't seem to care for him. But what was I saying? Oh, yes, Dr. Graham, so young. And he quite cured my neuritis last year. Not that I'm often ill now. This rising generation doesn't seem to me to be at all strong. There was poor Lucia last night, having to come out from dinner, feeling faint. Of course, poor child. She's a mass of nerves. And what else can you expect? With Italian blood in her veins, though she was not so bad, I remember. When her diamond necklace was stolen, Miss Amory paused for breath. Poirot, while she was speaking, had taken out his cigarette case and was about to light a cigarette, but he paused and took the opportunity to ask her. Madame Amory's diamond necklace was stolen. When was this? Mademoiselle, Miss Amory assumed a thoughtful expression. Let me see. It must have been, yes, it was 2 months ago. Just about the same time that Richard had such a quarrel with his father. Poirot looked at the cigarette in his hand. You permit that I smoke, madam, he asked, and on receiving a smile and a gracious nod of assent, he took a box of matches from his pocket, lit his cigarette, and looked at Miss Amory encouragingly. When that lady made no effort to resume speaking, Poirot prompted her. I think you were saying that Monsieur Amory quarreled with his father. He suggested, oh, it was nothing serious. Miss Amory told him. It was only over Richard's debts. Of course, all young men have debts. Although, indeed, Claude himself was never like that. He was always so studious, even when he was a lad. Later, of course, his experiments always used up a lot of money. I used to tell him he was keeping Richard too short of money, you know. But yes, about 2 months ago, they had quite a scene. And what with that, and Lucia's necklace missing, and her refusing to call in the police, it was a very upsetting time. And so absurd. Too, nerves. All nerves. You are sure that my smoke is not deranging you? Mademoiselle asked Poirot, holding up his cigarette. Oh, no, not at all. Miss Amory assured him. I think gentlemen ought to smoke. Only now, noticing that his cigarette had failed to light properly, Poirot retrieved his box of matches from the table in front of him. Surely, it is a very unusual thing for a young and beautiful woman to take the loss of her jewels so calmly, he asked, as he lit his cigarette again, carefully replacing 2 dead matches in the box, which he then returned to his pocket. Yes, it is odd. That's what I call it. Miss Amory agreed, distinctly odd. But there, she didn't seem to care a bit. Oh dear, here I am gossiping on about things which can't possibly interest you. Monsieur Poirot, but you interest me enormously. Mademoiselle, Poirot assured her. Tell me, when Madame Amory came out from dinner last night, feeling faint, did she go upstairs? Oh, no, replied Caroline Amory. She came into this room. I settled her here on the sofa, and then I went back to the dining room, leaving Richard with her. Young husbands and wives, you know, Monsieur Poirot. Not that young men are nearly so romantic as they used to be when I was a girl. Oh dear, I remember a young fellow called Aloysius Jones. We used to play croquet together. Foolish fellow. Foolish fellow. But there, I'm wandering from the point again. We were talking about Richard and Lucia. A very handsome couple they make. Don't you think so? Monsieur Poirot. He met her in Italy. You know, on the Italian lakes last November. It was love at first sight. They were married within a week. She was an orphan, alone in the world. Very sad. Although I sometimes wonder whether it wasn't a blessing in disguise. If she'd had a lot of foreign relations, that would be a bit trying. Don't you think? After all, you know what foreigners are, they. Oh, she suddenly broke off, turning in her chair to look at Poirot in embarrassed dismay. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Not at all. Not at all, murmured Poirot, with an amused glance at Hastings. So stupid of me. Miss Amory apologized, highly flustered. I didn't mean, of course, it's so different in your case. Les braves beiges, as we used to say during the war. Please, do not concern yourself, Poirot assured her. After a pause, he continued, as though her mention of the war had reminded him. I believe, that is, I understand that the box of drugs above the bookcase is a relic of the war. You were all examining it last night, were you not? Yes, that's right. So we were. Now, how did that come about? Inquired Poirot. Miss Amory considered for a moment before replying. Now, how did it happen? Yes. I remember. I said I wished I had some sal volatile. And Barbara got the box down to look through it. And then the gentleman came in. And Dr. Corelli frightened me to death with the things he said. Hastings began to show great interest in the turn being taken by the discussion, and Poirot prompted Miss Amory to continue. You mean the things Dr. Corelli said about the drugs. He looked through them and examined them thoroughly. I suppose. Yes, Miss Amory confirmed, and he held one glass tube up. Something with a most innocent name, bromide, I think, which I have often taken for seasickness, and he said it would kill 12 strong men. Hyoscine hydrobromide? Asked Poirot. I beg your pardon? Was it hyoscine hydrobromide that Dr. Corelli was referring to? Yes, that was it, Miss Amory exclaimed. How clever of you. And then Lucia took it from him and repeated something he had said about a dreamless sleep. I detest this modern, neurotic poetry. I always say that. Ever since dear Lord Tennyson died, no one has written poetry of any. Oh dear, muttered Poirot. I beg your pardon? Asked Miss Amory. I was just thinking of the dear Lord Tennyson, but please go on. What happened next? Next you were telling us about last night. Here, in this room? Yes. Well, Barbara wanted to put on an extremely vulgar song. On the gramophone. I mean, fortunately, I stopped her. I see, murmured Poirot. And this little tube that the doctor held up? Was it full? Oh, yes, Miss Amory replied without hesitation. Because, when the doctor made his quotation about dreamless sleep, he said that half the tablets in the tube would be sufficient. Miss Amory got up from her chair and moved away from the table. You know, Monsieur Poirot, she continued as Poirot rose to join her. I've said all along that I didn't like that man, that Dr. Corelli. There's something about him, not sincere, and so oily in manner. Of course, I couldn't say anything in front of Lucia, since he is supposed to be a friend of hers. but I did not like him. You see, Lucia is so trusting. I'm certain that the man must have wormed his way into her confidence with a view to getting asked to the house and stealing the formula. Poirot regarded Miss Amory quizzically before he asked, "You have no doubt, then, that it was Dr. Corelli who stole Sir Claude's formula?" Miss Amory looked at the detective in surprise. "Dear Monsieur Poirot," she exclaimed, "who else could have done so? He was the only stranger present." Naturally, my brother would not have liked to accuse a guest, so he made an opportunity for the document to be returned. I thought it was very delicately done. Very delicately indeed. Quite so, Poirot agreed tactfully, putting a friendly arm around Miss Amory's shoulder, to that lady's evident displeasure. "Now, mademoiselle, I am going to try a little experiment in which I would like your cooperation." He removed his arm from her. "Where were you sitting last night when the lights went out?" "There," Miss Amory declared, indicating the settee. "Then would you be so good as to sit there once again?" Miss Amory moved to the settee and sat. "Now, mademoiselle," announced Poirot, "I want you to make a strong effort of the imagination. Shut your eyes, if you please." Miss Amory did as she was asked. "That is right," Poirot continued. "Now, imagine that you are back again where you were last night. It is dark. You can see nothing, but you can hear. Throw yourself back, interpreting his words literally." Miss Amory flung herself backwards on the settee. "No, no," said Poirot. "I mean, your mind back. What can you hear?" "That is right. Cast your mind back. Now, tell me what you hear in the darkness." Impressed by the detective's evident earnestness, Miss Amory made an effort to do as he requested. Pausing for a moment, she then began to speak, slowly and in jerks. "Gasps," she said. "A lot of little gasps. And then the noise of a chair falling, and a metallic kind of clink." "Was it like this?" asked Poirot, taking a key from his pocket and throwing it down on the floor. It made no sound, and Miss Amory, after waiting for a few seconds, declared that she could hear nothing. "Well, like this." Perhaps Poirot tried again, retrieving the key from the floor and hitting it sharply against the coffee table. "Why, that's exactly the sound I heard last night," Miss Amory exclaimed. "How curious. Continue." "I pray you, mademoiselle," Poirot encouraged her. "Well, I heard Lucia scream and call out to Sir Claude. And then the knocking came on the door. That was all, you are sure?" "Yes, I think so." "Oh, wait a minute. Right at the beginning, there was a curious noise, like the tearing of silk. Somebody's dress, I suppose." "Whose dress?" "Do you think?" asked Poirot. "It must have been Lucia's. It wouldn't have been Barbara's, because she was sitting right next to me. Here." "That is curious," murmured Poirot thoughtfully. "And that really is all," Miss Amory concluded. "May I open my eyes now?" "Oh, yes, certainly, mademoiselle." As she did so, Poirot asked her who poured out Sir Claude's coffee. "Was it you?" "No." Miss Amory told him. "Lucia poured out the coffee." "When was that?" "Exactly. It must have been just after we were talking about those dreadful drugs." "Did Mrs. Amory take the coffee to Sir Claude herself?" Caroline Amory paused for thought. "No." She finally decided. No, asked Poirot. Then who did? I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me see. Now. Oh, yes. I remember Sir Claude's coffee cup was on the table beside Lucia's own cup. Anisa. I remember that, because Mr. Rayner was carrying the cup to Sir Claude in the study, and Lucia called him back and said he had taken the wrong cup, which really was very silly, because they were both exactly the same, black, without sugar. So, Poirot observed. Monsieur Rayner took the coffee to Sir Claude. Yes, or, at least, no, that's right. Richard took it from him, because Barbara wanted to dance with Mr. Rayner. Oh, so Monsieur Amory took the coffee to his father. Yes, that's correct. Miss Amory confirmed. Ah, exclaimed Poirot. Tell me, what had Monsieur Amory been doing just before that dancing? Oh, no, Miss Amory replied. He had been packing away the drugs, putting them all back in the box tidily. You know. I see. I see. Sir Claude then drank his coffee in his study. I suppose he began to do so. Miss Amory remembered, but he came back in here with the cup in his hand. I remember his complaining about the taste, saying that it was bitter, and I assure you, Monsieur Poirot, it was the very best coffee. A special mixture that I had ordered myself from the Army and Navy stores in London. You know, that wonderful department store in Victoria Street. It's so convenient, not far from the railway station. And She broke off as the door opened and Edward Rayner entered. Am I interrupting? The secretary asked. I am so sorry. I wanted to speak to Monsieur Poirot, but I can come back later. No, no, declared Poirot. I have finished putting this poor lady upon the rack. Miss Amory rose. I'm afraid I haven't been able to tell you anything useful, she apologized. As she went to the door, Poirot rose and walked ahead of her. You have told me a great deal, mademoiselle, more than you realize. Perhaps, he assured Miss Amory as he opened the door for her. Chapter 13. After seeing Miss Amory out, Poirot turned his attention to Edward Rayner. Now, Monsieur Rayner, he said as he gestured the secretary to a chair. Let me hear what you have to tell me. Rayner sat down and regarded Poirot earnestly. Mr. Amory has just told me the news about Sir Claude, the cause of his death. I mean, this is a most extraordinary business. Monsieur, it has come as a shock to you? Asked Poirot. Certainly. I never suspected such a thing. Approaching him, Poirot handed Rayner the key that he had found, watching the secretary keenly as he did so. Have you ever seen this key before? Monsieur Rayner, he asked. Rayner took the key and turned it about in his hands with a puzzled air. It looks rather like the key of Sir Claude's safe, he observed. But I understand from Mr. Amory that Sir Claude's key was in its proper place on his chain. He handed the key back to Poirot. Yes, this is a key to the safe in Sir Claude's study, but it is a duplicate key, Poirot told him, adding slowly and with emphasis, a duplicate which was lying on the floor beside the chair you occupied last night. Rayner looked at the detective unflinchingly. If you think it was I who dropped it, you are mistaken, he declared. Poirot regarded him searchingly for a moment and then nodded his head as if satisfied. "I believe you," he said. Moving briskly to the settee, he sat and rubbed his hands together. "Now, let us get to work. Monsieur Raynor, you were Sir Claude's confidential secretary, were you not?" "That is correct." "Then you knew a lot about his work." "Yes, I have a certain amount of scientific training, and I occasionally helped him with his experiments." "Do you know anything?" asked Poirot. "That can throw light upon this unfortunate affair." Raynor took a letter from his pocket. "Only this," he replied as he rose, moved across to Poirot and handed him the letter. "One of my tasks was to open and sort out all of Sir Claude's correspondence. This came 2 days ago." Poirot took the letter and read it aloud. "You are nourishing a viper in your bosom." "Bosom?" he queried, turning to Hastings before continuing. "Beware of Selma Getz and her brood. Your secret is known. Be on your guard. It is signed Watcher." Very picturesque and dramatic. "Hastings, you will enjoy this," Poirot remarked, passing the letter to his friend. "What I would like to know," declared Edward Raynor, "is this: who is Selma Getz?" leaning back and putting his fingertips together. Poirot announced, "I think I can satisfy your curiosity. Monsieur, Selma Getz was the most successful international spy ever known. She was also a very beautiful woman. She worked for Italy, for France, for Germany, and eventually, I believe, for Russia. Yes, she was an extraordinary woman. Selma Getz." Raynor stepped back a pace and spoke sharply. "She is dead," Poirot declared. "She died in Genoa last November." He retrieved the letter from Hastings, who had been shaking his head over it with a perplexed expression. "Then this letter must be a hoax," Raynor exclaimed. "I wonder." Poirot murmured, "Selma Getz and her brood. It says, Selma Getz left a daughter, Monsieur Raynor, a very beautiful girl. Since her mother's death, she has disappeared completely." He put the letter in his pocket. "Could it be possible that—" Raynor began, then paused. "Yes, you were going to say something." Monsieur Poirot prompted him. Moving to the detective, Raynor spoke eagerly. "Mrs. Amory's Italian maid. She brought her from Italy with her. A very pretty girl. Vittoria Muzio, her name is. Could she possibly be this daughter of Selma Getz? It is an idea. That—" Poirot sounded impressed. "Let me send her to you," Raynor suggested. Turning to go, Poirot rose. "No, no, a little minute. Above all, we must not alarm her. Let me speak to Madame Amory first. She will be able to tell me something about this girl. Perhaps you are right." Raynor agreed. "I'll tell Mrs. Amory at once." The secretary left the room with the air of a determined man, and Hastings approached Poirot in great excitement. "That's it. Poirot Corelli and the Italian maid in collusion. Working for a foreign government, don't you agree?" Deep in thought, Poirot paid his colleague no heed. "Poirot, don't you think so?" I said. "It must be Corelli and the maid working together." "Ah, yes, that is exactly what you would say, my friend." Hastings looked affronted. "Well, what is your idea?" he asked Poirot in an injured tone. "There are several questions to be answered, my dear Hastings. Why was Madame Amory's necklace stolen 2 months ago? Why did she refuse to call in the police on that occasion? Why—" He broke off as Lucia Amory entered the room, carrying her handbag. "I understand you wanted to see me. Monsieur Poirot, is that correct?" she asked. "Yes, Madame. I would like simply to ask you a few questions." He indicated a chair by the table. "Won't you sit down?" Lucia moved to the chair and sat. As Poirot turned to Hastings, "My friend, the garden outside that window is very fine," Poirot observed, taking Hastings by the arm and propelling him gently towards the French windows. Hastings looked distinctly reluctant to leave, but Poirot's insistence, though gentle, was firm. "Yes, my friend. Observe the beauties of nature. Do not ever lose a chance of observing the beauties of nature." Somewhat unwillingly, Hastings allowed himself to be bundled out of doors. Then, the day being warm and sunny, he decided to make the best of his present situation and explore the Amory's garden. Ambling across the lawn, he made his way towards a hedge beyond which a formal garden looked extremely inviting. As he walked along the length of the hedge, Hastings became aware of voices quite close by, voices which, as he approached, he recognized as those of Barbara Amory and Dr. Graham, who were, it seemed, enjoying a tête-à-tête on a bench, just the other side of the hedge, in the hope that he might overhear something relevant to Sir Claud Amory's death, or the disappearance of the formula that would be useful for Poirot to know. Hastings stopped to listen, perfectly clear that he thinks his beautiful young cousin can do better for herself than a country doctor. That seems to be the basis of his lack of enthusiasm for our seeing each other. Kenneth Graham was saying, "Oh, I know Richard can be an old stick in the mud at times, and carry on like someone twice his age." Barbara's voice replied, "But I don't think you ought to allow yourself to be affected by it. Kenny, I certainly don't take any notice of him." "Well, I shan't either," said Dr. Graham. "But look here, Barbara, I asked you to meet me out here because I wanted to talk to you privately, without being seen or heard by the family. First of all, I ought to tell you that there can be no doubt about it. Your uncle was poisoned last night." "Oh, yes." Barbara sounded bored. "You don't seem at all surprised to hear that." "Oh, I suppose I'm surprised. After all, members of one's family don't get poisoned every day, do they? But I have to admit that I'm not particularly upset that he's dead. In fact, I think I'm glad." "Barbara, now, don't you start pretending you're surprised to hear that. Kenny, you've listened to me going on about the mean old so-and-so on countless occasions. He didn't really care for any of us. He was only interested in his moldy old experiments. He treated Richard very badly. And he wasn't particularly welcoming to Lucia when Richard brought her back from Italy as his bride. And Lucia is so sweet, and so absolutely right for Richard. Barbara, darling, I have to ask you this, now. I promise that anything you say to me will go no further. I'll protect you if necessary, but tell me, do you know something, anything at all, about your uncle's death? Have you any reason to suspect that Richard, for example, might have felt so desperate about his financial situation that he would think of killing his father in order to get his hands now on what would eventually be his inheritance. I don't want to continue this conversation. Kenny, I thought you asked me out here to whisper sweet nothings to me, not to accuse my cousin of murder. Darling, I'm not accusing Richard of anything, but you must admit there's something wrong here. Richard doesn't seem to want a police investigation into his father's death. It's almost as though he were afraid of what it might reveal. There's no way he can stop the police from taking over. Of course, but he's made it perfectly clear that he's furious with me for having instigated an official investigation. I was only doing my duty as a doctor. After all, how could I possibly have signed a death certificate stating that Sir Claud had died of a heart attack? For heaven's sake, there was absolutely nothing wrong with his heart when I last gave him a regular checkup only a few weeks ago. Kenny, I don't want to hear any more. I'm going indoors. You'll make your own way out through the garden. Won't you? I'll see you around. Barbara, I only want... But she had already gone, and Dr. Graham emitted a deep sigh that was almost a groan. At that moment, Hastings thought it expedient to retrace his steps quickly back to the house without being seen by either of them. Black coffee. Chapter 14. The case was solved until the witness was silenced. Section 1. A gunshot stops the truth. You are in the room, just as the truth is about to be revealed. Poirot stands like an exclamation point at the end of a story, his finger raised, about to point at the murderer. Everyone holds their breath. Your hand automatically tightens on the Browning, even though the case seems closed. And so, Poirot says, his French accent as round as a marble, rolling slowly across a wooden floor. The man who put poison in that cup of coffee is... Bang! The sound is like the whole house being torn in two. Glass flies. Someone screams. You rush toward the sound of the gunfire, reflexively, not rationally. Corelli collapses next to the window, which has been wide open for some time. His chest thumps. Then he goes still. A trail of blood begins to spread down the back of his white shirt. His eyes are wide open, looking at you as if he has something he hasn't said yet. A man who dies at the right time knows too much. Not new, not surprising, but it still sends a chill down your spine. Poirot takes a step back. For the first time, he has no answer. He looks at you, mon ami. I think this case is no longer mine. You nod. Not that you agree, just that you understand a new case has just begun. Corelli is the only one who can confirm what Poirot is about to say. And now he is silent forever. Dead not because of punishment, but because he knows something is wrong. Something bigger than killing an old man for a recipe. You let your eyes wander around the room. Lucia, pale, standing trembling, her undrunk coffee cup still in her hand. Raynor, sweating profusely, his eyes averted. Richard Amory clenched his jaw, but said nothing. Barbara, Sir Claude's daughter, stares at the body. Nothing. No one has left the house, but someone has fired. You step back. The hallway leading to the west room has muddy tracks on the carpet, small footprints coming from the conservatory. All the doors are locked, which means the killer is still in the house. And this time, he's killing to silence him. You pull back the curtains and lean over Corelli's body. In his pocket is a crumpled piece of paper, handwritten in blue ink. Halliday, 1917. Project HE2, dead equals safe. You don't know who Halliday is. You've never heard of Project HE2, but you do know this Corelli wasn't killed for murder. He was killed for knowing a name. And if you don't find out the truth, your name could be next on that list. Section 2. The second body means this isn't over. You don't sleep that night. No one sleeps. But the strange thing is, no one cries. Corelli is dead. In the home of the man he once betrayed or served. No one is sure what his true role was. Now, he's the second body. And you know a simple truth if there's a second body. There can never be just two. Poirot leaves the scene quietly. Not because he's afraid, he just knows his limits. The world isn't what it used to be. He says as he walks to his car, I solve crimes with my brain, mon ami. But you'll need something different. You nod, lighting your third cigarette in less than an hour. The night is cold. The air is thick with unasked questions. You gather everyone in the living room. No one objects, but their eyes say what their mouths dare not say. They're afraid of you, not because you have a gun, but because you have the right to seek the truth, something everyone in this house is trying to bury it. Lucia sits far from the light, as if the darkness is the only place she feels safe. You were the last person to be near Corelli. You say, she doesn't blink. I didn't kill him, but you know who did. Lucia turns away. There are deaths that don't need to be punished. They just happen. You write it down. It's like something from a tragedy, not an inquest. Rayner, the secretary, avoids your eyes. You let him speak first. I was writing a letter. Didn't leave the room. What letter? Ask the Department of Defense about a research grant. You nod, then pull a piece of paper from Corelli's pocket. Do you know who Halliday is? He flinches, a reflex he hasn't caught. No, for the first time that night, you know someone is lying. You check the building. All the doors are locked, except the small door on the side of the greenhouse. Someone has used it to get in and out, though it is only used to bring hot air into the house. You find a black handkerchief, soaked in blood, stuck in the wooden door frame. No label. No scent of perfume, but embroidered in small letters. Faintly ink-like, E.R. Edward Rayner, his handkerchief, Corelli's blood, and a bullet missing. Before dawn, you check the back storeroom. A small safe is open, empty, except for an old photograph. Sir Claud, Corelli, a strange woman, and a man with half his face torn off. You don't know his name, but you've seen that look somewhere before. In the mirror. This story started before you even set foot in it. You return to your room. Someone has left a note on your desk. If you find Project HE2, do not expose it. That is not justice. That is war. And at the bottom of the note, a name written in red ink. Barbara, Section 3. They hand you the case. You lie awake all night with files, photographs, blood, and the smell of gunpowder on your sleeves. It's 5 a.m., and the fog creeps up the steps as if the house itself is breathing heavily with its secrets. Scotland Yard arrives before the sun has even risen. A crime scene team. 2 cops, 3 questions, over and over. Who shot him? Why did he die? Where is Mr. Poirot? You let them talk. Then hand the inspector the letter with Halliday's name on it, the bloody handkerchief with E on it, and the note with Barbara written in red ink. They look at you, say nothing, then hand you an envelope. Inside is a summons, not to leave, but to take over. Due to the nature of the case, which may involve defense material, you have been appointed as an independent investigator with minimal supervision. Priority: keep everything confidential. You get the idea. It's not just murder. It's not family, or envy, or jealousy. It's something higher. Something that can make people disappear by simply mentioning the wrong name. Poirot has left. You meet him as he gets into the car. He says only one sentence. The truth, mon ami, doesn't always have to be found. Sometimes it just has to be left alone. You ask him again, who is Halliday? He doesn't answer, but you see his eyes for the first time avoid. You start over. Corelli didn't come here alone. In his luggage, you find a telegram from Florence, which says only, bring copies, leave no trace. A third person will take over. A third person? Not Lucia, not Rayner. Who else? Barbara or Sir Claude himself. You return to his office. Break the antique clock that has stood since the night he died. Inside the clock, you find a microfilm slide, sealed in a metal case. You shine it on the wall with your old reading lamp. Not a formula, not a diagram. A photograph of the lab work on a person. The file name is handwritten, H2E, Phase 3, Barbara subject. You hear a noise behind you. Lucia. She stands silently in the doorway. Doesn't ask what you're doing. Just says, right, she's the reason. All this because of her. You ask, does she know? Lucia smiles slightly. A smile that has nothing to lose. I don't know. And that's why she's the biggest threat. You look back at the microfilm. Barbara Amory, born 1912. Secret physiological experimentation. Since 1924. Condition unstable. Tendency to be paranoid and unaware. You feel a chill down your spine. Not because of who is killing who, but because the next person to kill someone might not even know they are doing it. Samabi. Section 4. The widow doesn't cry. You find Barbara in the greenhouse, holding an unnamed journal in one hand, the other gently stroking the petals of an unopened water lily. Her eyes are not red, not swollen. No sign that she has just cried for her father. No tears for a murder or two. You sit down across from her, on the old iron chair whose paint has peeled in patches like the skin of a stripped truth. You know why I'm here. Barbara turns the page of her notebook. She doesn't look up. You're here because my father died. And then someone else died. And now, everyone is afraid of something that no one wants to name. You wait for her to continue, but she doesn't. She stops there as if her next words are the key to a door that shouldn't be opened. You take the microfilm from the night before and place it on the table between you. Her photograph, document, name, description. Do you know what this is? Barbara looks down, doesn't blink, doesn't lie. I don't remember any of that, but I dreamed of needles. A white room, people counting in German, and someone saying, do it again. You feel colder, even though the sun has risen. You were used for experiments. Barbara shakes her head. I don't know, but my father never touched me after my mother died. Not a hug, not a word of comfort. I always felt like I was something he feared. You look into her eyes. They are sincere, but inside, unclear, like a frosted mirror. You see yourself, but blurry, not knowing what is looking back. Have you ever killed anyone, Barbara? She closes the diary, gently. I don't know, but I think if I did, I wouldn't remember. The answer is like a knife stabbing back. No trembling, no denial. The words slip down her throat as if they had been replaying in her head for years. You leave the greenhouse. Turning back, you see her still sitting there, eyes wide, staring into space as if conversing with someone who doesn't exist. You did so. You know one thing, if Barbara is a weapon, then someone has activated her. And what's about to happen won't be stopped by investigation or conclusion. As you walk back to the library, Lucia is waiting. She hands you an old envelope. Waxed, I was going to burn it, but you should read it. Inside is a handwritten note from Sir Claud, written last month. If I die, it won't be from old age. They're coming. They want to hide the past. But what I fear most isn't them. It's my daughter. Barbara isn't Barbara anymore. Not since Halliday disappeared. I did something wrong, and I can't fix it. You folded the letter and looked up at Lucia. Do you believe Barbara did it? Lucia frowned. I don't know. But if anyone makes you doubt everything, it's Barbara. The doorbell rang. A man in a long gray coat and an old-fashioned soft hat stood waiting. My name is Simon Halliday, he said, and I'm not dead. But if you don't listen to me, more people will die than you think. Section 5. The Code in the Ashes. Simon Halliday doesn't look like someone who's been declared missing. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't duck. He doesn't ask any questions as you lead him into the library. And he just puts his hat down on the table, takes off his leather gloves, and says, I've come to finish what Sir Claude started, and what almost killed me. You don't say anything. Sometimes your silence lets the person across from you say more than you ask. Barbara is the final product. I say that not because she's not human, but because she's the finished design. A 20-year biological experiment. A combination of neurocontrol, behavioral medicine, and programming memory. You're not sure if you're listening to a scientist or a paranoid, but Halliday's eyes don't shake. His hands don't waver. And that chills you more than any gunshot. Sir Claude didn't agree to the final stage. He wanted to withdraw. They wouldn't let him. And so they killed him. Or made someone do it. You lead Halliday out of the library to Sir Claude's study. You pull open the cold fireplace door. Brush away the ashes. Beneath it, something small and metal bulges. A lighter. Unusual, too heavy for its size. You turn the flint and hear it click. No fire, but the lid pops open. Inside is a small roll of paper, wrapped in shark skin, written in ancient Morse code. Halliday takes it, nods. It's the countdown code, the activation plan. You hold the roll up to the light. Halliday translates, line by line. Phase 1, observation. Phase 2, loss of behavioral control. An interception vehicle. Phase 3, chemical command 21742. Target BA, activate with keyword Lilium. You whisper, Lilium Lily. Halliday nods. Barbara wears a locket with that flower engraved on it. She doesn't know. But if someone says that word in the right tone, at the right time, she won't be herself anymore. You hold the scroll in your hand. Your forehead begins to ache as if your very memories are being encoded. If Halliday is right, the Corelli murder wasn't about the formula or the secret. It was a failed experiment or a complete success, depending on who's judging. You remember the look in Barbara's eyes as she said, "If I kill someone, I probably won't remember him." The statement is no longer an assumption. It's a late warning. You ask Halliday, "So what's the real goal? Why leave her here?" He looks straight at you, unblinking, to see if she can live like a normal person, and if not, to see how many people have to die before we can admit we've created a smiling monster. Outside, it starts to rain, a heavy downpour, like what's about to fall on you. You put the scroll in your pocket, sigh, and walk quietly toward Barbara's room. You're not sure if you're going to interrogate her. Here's or activate her. Section 6. Someone watches from the woods. It's not quite light yet when you leave the west hallway, holding the copied microfilm and the cipher from your lighter. The cold air hits your face, as if it knows you're carrying something you shouldn't. You don't go to Barbara's room, not because you're afraid, but because something outside is calling you. Some instinct deep in your bones of someone who knows the scent of blood before they smell it. You cross the back porch and enter the garden. The ground is damp, the grass is wet, and the air is as quiet as a morgue. In the distance, through the pines, there's a sound, soft, intermittent. You're not the only one awake. You crouch low, your hand lightly touching the gun in your pocket. Your footsteps make no sound. You learned that from a mentor who died in your first case. "When shadows have ears," he said, "be a shadow without legs." You approach the edge of the garden, and then a flash of light from between the trees. Bang! You fall reflexively, your left shoulder hitting the ground, your skin torn by the gravel. The shot isn't loud, but it's enough to tell it's not a warning. It's an assassination. You crawl to the left, rolling over the low iron fence. A bullet lodges in the wooden post where you've been standing. The shooter knows who you are, knew you were coming. You draw your gun, turn in the opposite direction, but you see nothing but darkness and trees. No movement, no footsteps, just a small piece of paper dangling from a branch by a piece of fishing line. You move forward, reach up, and take it down. Red ink, handwritten, hasty, "Stay back. Don't touch Lilium. She doesn't belong to you." You clutch the paper, the pain in your left shoulder starting to ache, but not from the bullet, but from the last sentence. She doesn't belong to you. It's not just a threat. It's a declaration of ownership. You go home, straight to the bathroom, and run cold water over your shoulder. Under the water, you see it more clearly. A long, thin gash. Almost a knife. Not from a bullet. You've been cut. From behind. From very close. Someone didn't just want to scare you with a gun. They came at you when you didn't know, leaving a warning not just in words, but in blood. You change your shirt, wrap up the paper, and roll up the microfilm. You write a short report to civilian intelligence. Not many details, just enough for them to understand I'm being followed. Target is Barbara Amory. Lilium has begun. You're about to leave the library to interrogate Barbara when you see someone waiting in the shadows. Lucia. She's shaking, her eyes wild, holding something wrapped in cloth. You open the cloth. It's an old handwritten letter from Sir Claud, stamped with his personal seal, never opened. You read the first line. If Barbara attacks, don't kill her. Don't kill her, because that's when I really lose control. You ask Lucia, your voice almost hoarse. Who's the I in this letter, Sir Claud? Or is it Barbara herself? Lucia shakes her head, whispering, I'm not sure. But I heard him whisper to himself once that Barbara shouldn't be woken. You look back at the woods where you almost died. Someone. Then up at the house where Barbara is sleeping or waiting for someone to say the right word. Section 7. The daughter confesses nothing. You enter Barbara's room at 6:03 a.m. She's standing in front of the mirror, not looking. Just standing there. Back straight. Hair neatly combed. No movement. No reaction. When the door opens, you're not asleep. You ask. Barbara doesn't answer. Just says, as if talking to the mirror, do you know what Lilium is? You pause. Every Morse code. Every burned page, Masun. Every whispered sentence in the dark library plays in your head. You don't answer. Barbara turns. Her face is calm, undefensive, unfriendly. A kind of neutrality. As if she were being controlled remotely. I had a dream, she says. A long dream, where I killed a faceless man. His blood flowed, but I felt nothing. Not sadness, not fear. Just an event. You sit on the edge of the bed, your eyes fixed on the necklace around her neck, still the lily symbol. Lilium, etched in silver, worn with time. Do you know who gave it to you? She looks down, showing her first hint of emotion. A softness in her eyes. My father. When I was 12, he said it was my mother's, but I've never seen her in pictures. You're more careful with your tone. Avoid keywords. Avoid triggers. Corelli died last night, before he could say anything. Lucia thinks, you might know why. Barbara is silent. Then she smiles. Not coldly, not maliciously. A kind of hollow smile. Maybe I killed him. Maybe I didn't. But if I did, should I apologize? You don't answer. There are no words to a question like that. Have you ever loved anyone? Barbara. You ask, not in an investigative way, just probing for humanity. She shrugs, as if the question is from another world. I thought I loved Richard. Then I read his diary. He wrote me like a living model, beautiful, but empty. You pause. Do you know what else he wrote? She shakes her head. I burned it. You move to pull out a letter from Sir Claud, but stop. You feel like you're on the edge of a cliff. One wrong word, and everything will fall apart. Barbara, if I say Lilium, you pause. She raises her head. I've heard that word since I was a kid. They use it on memory tests. It always starts with that. They, you ask. Barbara pauses. Then she replies quietly, Simon, Halliday, and my mother. Before she disappeared, you understand, she's not just a subject. She's an archive, a biological container, carrying memories or programming instructions, or something much worse, a chain reaction. You stand up, I need your help. Barbara doesn't ask for help. She just says, okay, but if things don't go as you expect, will you kill me? You don't answer because you're not sure the no is real. Leaving the room, you find Halliday waiting in the hallway. His face is tense. I heard that. Did you say the key word? You look at him straight in the eye. No, but she's on the edge. Halliday nodded. Good. Because if Lilium is activated, then she's not just a murderer, but someone who only stops when there's no one left to kill. Section 8. The Secretary's War. You know you need to go back to the beginning. The only person who has ever been with Sir Claud, Edward Rayner. The ghostly secretary. The one who never speaks, only takes notes. The one whose bloody handkerchief was found near Corelli's body. Rayner is in the library, as usual, diligently sorting through thick files, as if the shooting had never happened. His hands don't shake, but his eyes aren't as sharp as they were the first time you saw him. I need to talk to you. Private. You gesture Halliday out, then close the door. Who shot Corelli? You get to the point. Rayner raises his head, breathing slowly. It wasn't me. The handkerchief has your name on it, stained with his blood. Care to explain? He frowns, not panicking, not denying, but not telling right away. I was cleaning my gun. Whose gun? Sir Claud's gun. You sat down across from him, folding your hands on the table. You mean you took it before the police arrived? No. You mean I hid it before Sir Claud died? A silence cut through the room. Rayner leaned back, his voice low, as if the story he was about to tell had been living inside him for a long time. Sir Claud didn't die from poison. Not completely. He died from being threatened from many sides, and he couldn't trust anyone, including himself. So I hid the gun because he said, when they come, I don't want to die and still believe I have some control. Them, the people who financed it, the people behind Barbara. You pulled a small notebook from your pocket, flipping through the microfilm copy of the document. Project HE2, you know it. Rayner nodded. I typed it up. And Halliday, the one who made it happen. Rayner says, in 1920, after the war, a research team was formed to create guided memory, a form of subliminal psychological training for soldiers. No drugs, no torture, just keyword recall. It was a failure until Sir Claude suggested an experiment on his own daughter. Barbara was a turning point, but no one expected. She absorbed it so well. Not just the memories, but the murder orders they had only tested in a simulated environment. You ask, who used her? Who wrote those orders? Rayner bows his head. His voice trails off. Me? The room falls silent, thick as poison waiting to cool. You stand up. No gun drawn. No threat. Just why? Because I believe it will end the war sooner than the next time. One person can change the course of events without guns, with memories. And Barbara is the perfect mirror. Everything that is reflected back to her is reflected back, precisely, inhumanly. Corelli found out. Rayner nodded. He was a codebreaker between researchers. He has the original. He came to sell it to another government, or the press. I don't know. But I know that if he opens his mouth, it will all come crashing down. Not just Barbara, but everything Claude and I believed was for the country. You walk out of the library, feeling like you've just heard a confession that spans 2 decades. Halliday waits in the hallway. You say only, Rayner programmed Barbara. Halliday frowns. What are you going to do with him? I'm not sure. But there's one thing I do know. There's a part of Barbara that even he can't control. As you make your way up the stairs, you hear the sound of water running in Barbara's bathroom. Then a laugh, soft, very soft. But it doesn't belong to Barbara. Section 9. Lilium speaks. You stand outside the bathroom door. The water is still running. Steam is billowing through the cracks like the fog from the night before, obscuring the sights of a killer. But the laughter, the one that gives you goosebumps, is still there. Soft, not a villainous laugh, not a panicked laugh. It's like a song off key, played over and over again. Laughing like someone learning to imitate a human. You draw your gun, holding it tight. No knock, no warning. You open it. Barbara sits on the edge of the tub, wrapped in a white towel, her wet hair spread out like a broken doll's. On the mirror are the words written in steam, Lilium. Written 3 times, repeated like a ritual. You step in, speaking softly. Who wrote this? Barbara raises her head. Her eyes have no dilated pupils. Her gaze is blank, as if she's reading a script. I woke up early. I saw the words on the mirror. I thought, you wrote them. Why did I write them? Because I thought you wanted me to remember, and I forgot. You take a deep breath. Barbara, do you know what a lilium is? She purses her lips, nodding slightly. A white flower? My mother loved it. She used to touch my neck and whisper lilium when I had nightmares. You take a half step back. When was the last time someone said that word to you? She ponders, her eyes starting to move unnaturally. Last night, I had a dream. A man's voice said it in my ear. Then I woke up. What did he say next? She pauses. Her head tilts slightly. Nothing. Just an image, Corelli's face. His eyes wide open. And I saw blood running down his neck like water from an overturned faucet. You feel a chill run down your spine. You saw that in your dream. Barbara nods. I was standing an arm's length away from him. I watched him die. And I saw myself smiling. You sit down next to her, keeping your voice calm. Barbara, if I say that word again, right now, what do you think will happen? She looks at you, not afraid, not defensive. I don't know. But I think I won't be me anymore. You stand up, pull back the curtains. The sky outside turns a leaden gray. The trees start to lean, a strange wind. You know time is running out. The signs are getting stronger. This girl in the bathtub could be a witness. She could be the killer. But more importantly, she's the key. You turn back, handing her a copy of the file. She reads it, without shaking. But at the end, when she sees her own name beneath the words, Test Phase 3, Chemical Reaction Series, she reaches up to touch the necklace with the capital letters, L-I-L-I-U-M. Then she asks, if I weren't Barbara, would you still save me? You don't answer, because you don't know who you're saving or what you're releasing. Section 10. The Man Who Built a Weapon. You find Halliday in the eastern shed, where the gardening tools workshop used to be. Now dusty and rusty and a map tacked to the wall. He's burning a photograph, a photo of the HE2 team of Sir Claud, himself, and a woman with a blurry face. The firelight licks at memories no one wants to keep, but no one dares to throw away. I need you to finish. You don't wait for him to turn around. No metaphors, no scientific jargon, just facts. Halliday nods, his voice hoarse, his cool confidence gone. Okay, but once I say it, There's no going back. You draw your gun, not pointing it at him, just placing it on the rotten wooden table between you. I've never had a way back since I came here. Halliday begins. No pause. Barbara was born in a biological experiment camp near Kiel, Germany, in 1912. Her mother was a psychologist. Her father, Sir Claud, a sponsor and observer. The goal, to create a living data container. A human who could be programmed to store, respond to, and carry out instructions without conscious awareness. You clasp your hands, like hypnosis. Halliday shakes his head. No, it's more dangerous. It's personality suppression, forcing the part of the brain responsible for natural resistance into a state of sleep. From then on, the programmed person doesn't just obey, they don't recognize the orders as orders. They think they're making their own decisions. You ask, who wrote the orders? Rayner says he did the programming. Halliday sighs. Rayner wrote the command, but I designed the protocol. I created the response. I set the key. And I chose the lily lilium because it was the first flower Barbara had ever seen. Has she been triggered before? Yes, twice. Once in Florence, a journalist stabbed to death in his hotel room. The second time was last night. Your heart beats slower, evenly. Corelli Halliday nods him. He knows the key, or thinks he does. He tried saying it in conversation, just kidding. But it was right enough to wake Barbara in 3 seconds, and 3 seconds is enough. You pace around the room. Don't look at him. Does she remember? Not completely, but I believe. She's starting to make the connection. Memories that lie at the bottom of her dreams. And when they surface, she won't know who she is. You stop, turning to look at Halliday. So, what is she now? An unexploded bomb. A poem written out of rhythm. Or, worse, a soul split in two. You nod. Pick up your gun again. I'll try the keyword, but in a different way. I want to know if Barbara is still there, or if whatever you created has completely taken over her. Halliday quickly grabs your hand. If you try, you have to be prepared for something. What, that she might not just kill you, but thank you for it. You slap his hand away. I've faced demons, but I've never seen an angel programmed to kill. You step out of the wooden room. Outside, the sky is turning gray-purple. Not dawn, not dusk, but the 25th hour of the day that should not exist. Section 11. The word that breaks the mirror. You turn back to Barbara's room, not with the detective's step, but with the intuition of someone who knows that behind that door, there's more than just a human being. She's writing a new notebook. The letters are slanted, as regular as a typewriter. At the top of the page, if I weren't me, you don't knock. I hear you, she says, not looking up. You meant that word, right, Lilium? You stand still. You know what it is. Barbara nods. It's not the word that changes me. It's the meaning people give it. Like I'm a switch. And you flip it, and the blood starts flowing. Do you know what that feels like? Not to be trusted even with yourself. You step closer. Have you ever felt like you were in control of anything? No, until yesterday. Because of Corelli's death? No. Because I saw myself kill him. And for the first time, I knew I wanted to. You sigh. So it wasn't programming. It was me, she says. A real part of me. You pull another necklace from your pocket, a replica. The pendant has roses, not lilium. Wear this. Take off the old one. Barbara looks at you. Abasio. It has nothing on it. That's why it's yours. No one put anything on it. She hesitates. Then she slowly unclips the silver lilium chain, setting it on the table like shedding an old layer of skin. As she puts the replica on, something changes slightly. Not much, but enough for you to see her eyes. Come back. You sit down across from her. Barbara, I need to say that word, but I'm not saying it to control you. I'm saying it to see. If you can control yourself. She nods slightly. You look into her eyes and whisper slowly, Liam. There's no screaming, no twitching, just silence, and a tiny crack in her gaze. She blinks, once, twice, then purses her lips. I remember my mother, holding the glass bottle. She mixes the medicine, puts it in the milk, and says, drink it, my little Lilium. And then I fall asleep, always. After each time, she doesn't stand up, doesn't get angry, just holds your hand. I think I'm going to remember everything. But you have to promise, if I'm not me anymore, you have to stop me. How? Whatever it takes. Outside, the wind picked up. The windows rattled. There was a knock. Not from the door, but from the basement. You had never seen it open. Barbara gripped your hand tighter. They're here, not to take me back, to trigger something worse inside me. You drew your gun, standing up. We're going downstairs. Barbara nodded. I'm coming, because if anyone's going to kill that monster, it's going to be me. Section 12. The room without windows. You've never noticed the small door at the end of the south hall. It's hidden by a wall tapestry so old the Amorys have probably forgotten it exists. But Barbara does. She leads the way. You hold the gun in one hand and the flashlight in the other. The dim light bounces off the mottled, whitewashed walls like the skin of an old man whose youth has been stripped away. The basement is as cold as an unburied stone coffin. Barbara whispers, the last time I was here, I was about 7. My mother dragged me down and told me we were going to play a game. What game? Blindfolded, handcuffed, and taught to listen to orders. You swallow. How long have you been here? 3 hours. But when I woke up, it was 3 days later. And I don't remember what the game was. At the end of the stairs is a steel door. No lock. There's only a faint number on the handle, 21742. You look at Barbara. She nods, touches the number not to open it, but to activate something in her memory. The door opens. There's nothing inside but a square room, painted stark white, with no windows, no furniture, just a metal chair bolted to the floor. On the opposite wall, a line of charcoal reads, Lilium Final Test. You walk slowly in, Barbara following. In the corner of the room is an old filing cabinet, its lock rusted. You shoot the lock. Inside, more than a dozen tapes, a medical record labeled Amory, Jiao, and a handwritten order from Rayner. You skim the first page when the target no longer responds to the keyword. Execute the command White Bloom. If the response exceeds 30%, proceed to Phase 4, assimilation of the rebel personality. You turn to Barbara. She is shaking, not from fear, but from memories that are starting to find their way back. I hear my mother in my head. She dictates the command, not in a voice, in tapping. Knock 3 taps, pause. 1 tap, pause. 2 taps, like Morse code. You try, tap on the wall.
Ow.
Barbara sways, head tilts. One hand clasps her temple. Stop, she says softly. That awakens the part of me that I can't control. You stop. She breathes heavily. They didn't make me to remember. They made me to erase other people's memories. When I activate, I look into someone's eyes, and they forget who they are. You look at her. Have you ever done that? Barbara looks at the floor. Once. With my mother, she told me if I did it right, she would forget the pain. I did, and she forgot me. You feel the cold in the basement, not just from the stone walls, but from this very room designed to erase the human part of a person. A noise echoes above. A crash. Then silence. You and Barbara look at each other. At the same time, you both understand. Someone has come down here, and not to activate Barbara, but to end whatever part of her can be saved. Section 13. No one leaves alive. You turn off the flashlight. In the darkness, your ears work as the last filter of your survival instinct. Footsteps. Heavy. Slow. Not Halliday. Not Rayner. This one carries weight, both physical and purposeful. Barbara whispers, not looking at you. I know that step. The last person who said the key word to me when I was a kid, I called him Uncle Black, but I never saw his face. You signal Barbara to retreat behind a filing cabinet. You stand near the door, gun ready. Your hands don't shake, but you know in your heart, this isn't a gunfight. It's a memory fight. The door swings open. A man enters, tall, in a long black coat, hat pulled low. You can't see his face. But his hands, leather-gloved hands, hold a gray duffel bag. He doesn't look at you, just says, "Where's Barbara?" You don't answer. He turns to you. His voice is as steady as a radio wave. She has to come back. Otherwise, everyone she's ever forgotten will start remembering. And there's no one in the world that can hold that kind of memory. You take a half step back. So you're here to erase her? No, I'm here to end the first model. And if necessary, start over. He pulls a small glass vial from his pocket. Inside is a clear liquid. The label reads only B42, Bloom Override. You recognize it immediately. The final decoder. The one that fully activates the alter ego and then destroys it. I inject this. Barbara disappears. The alter ego takes over. No conflict. No consequences. Just a perfect executioner. You raise your gun. You'll have to shoot through me. The man nodded. I predicted that. And so, I brought the detachment pin. He pulled an old tape from his pocket. It read, Lilium Original, 1917. Barbara stepped out of hiding. I'll listen. You held the gun. But your heart ached. Barbara nodded. If I can't win against myself, then maybe you should let me disappear in the form I choose. You looked at her, the woman you had suspected, had followed, had tried to capture. Now the one person you didn't want to lose, you slowly lowered the gun. If you listen to the tape, and if you're still yourself after that, we won't run anymore. We'll fight. Barbara smiled softly. And if I'm not me, then I will say the last words your mother ever whispered. And hope that will be enough to bring you back. The man played the tape. A crackling sound. Then, a voice. Female. Young. As if from beyond memory. Lilium. My little. Now sleep. When you wake, you will be the wind without a name, a song without words, A knife in the hand that never trembles on. Barbara swayed. Hands shook. Eyes closed. A deep sigh. Longer than life. Then, silence. The man pulled out the vial. Now inject. You will not resist. But Barbara opened her eyes. No. Her voice thickened. Low, but clear. I have heard that voice all my life, and today I have decided not to hear it anymore. She grabs his hand, twists his wrist, and the vial flies off, smashes against the floor, breaks. You shoot. The bullet hits his shoulder. He falls, bleeding, but doesn't cry out. Barbara bends down, looks at him. Uncle Black, you're wrong. I'm not a weapon. I'm a scar you can't erase. You help her out of the room. The light from the stairs floods down like the first morning after a night of war. Barbara asks, am I still me? You squeeze her hand. No one has ever been themselves after surviving hell, but you're all that's left. And that's enough. Section 14. The shadow that remembers. You think it's over. He's dead. The vial shatters. Barbara is alive, conscious, and determined not to be manipulated. Halliday is under arrest. Rayner is being questioned. The local police are called with a vague report of a defensive situation involving an armed break-in. But you, the only person who saw it all, know the truth isn't in the report. And what happens next only confirms it. This hell never locked its doors. It just changed shape. The next morning, you receive a strange letter. No seal, no sender. Inside is a skull X-ray with 3 spots marked on the frontal lobe. And a handwritten sentence at the bottom. Barbara's model is not the only original. The second person woke up at 03:17 a.m. Unsigned. Code only. B03. Mimic. You leave the Amory compound before dusk. Barbara is taken to the research station for psychological observation for 72 hours. But you both know observation is the polite term for personality weapon monitoring. And 72 hours is just the time it takes to decide saving a human or destroying a system bug. That evening, you open the Project HE2 files again. In one of Halliday's memos, you read a strange passage. Each subject must have a behavioral clone to ensure programming durability. The master never knows there is a clone, but the clone always remembers the master. You call the research station. A nurse answers. Barbara is sleeping. But something is strange. What's strange? She said. I remember another me in the mirror. Then she smiled. Not like last time, but as if she knew we were looking at the wrong person. You hang up. At that moment, there is a knock on the door. You open it. A little girl, about 12, stands there. Dark hair, bright eyes, holding a wooden lily toy. She looks up at you, smiling. You're the last of them, right? Before you can react, she turns and walks away, leaving the toy on the floor. You pick it up. Under the flower, it is engraved, B. Sotu, reverse Lilium. The mirror is learning to reflect back. And you look out into the darkness outside the door. You don't sleep tonight. Not because you're afraid of the past coming back, but because you're not sure the present is real anymore. Section 15. The girl with 2 shadows. You return to the research station at 4:07 a.m. No schedule, no call. The lights on Ward A are completely off, but Ward B, Barbara's quarantine area, is on. constantly, unblinking. You enter the observation room. The night nurse is asleep. On the monitor, Barbara is sitting upright, staring into the camera, not blinking, not moving. How long has she been doing this? The nurse wakes up with a start. I don't know. Maybe since midnight. You rewind the tape. 003. Barbara closes her eyes, lying down. 0016. She sits up. 0018. She looks into the camera, not moving for over 4 hours, as if she's been waiting for you. You enter the closed observation room, looking at Barbara through the one-way glass. She's still sitting there, but this time, you sense it. That look isn't the Barbara you knew. Something else is looking out through her eyes. You press the microphone. Barbara, she tilts her head. You took longer than I thought. You knew I was coming. No, but I remember my ending. And it always starts with you coming back. You push the door open and enter the room. She doesn't respond. You pull out a chair, sit across from her. What do you remember? Not much. Just that I was someone else, and she was afraid of me. She was the real thing. I was the part she hid. But when Corelli died, I woke up, and I like this world better than her. You frown. You're B03 minute. Right. She shakes her head. I am the persona Barbara created to not be Barbara. When everyone taught her to be good, to obey, to believe that orders were will, she created me, and I trust no one. You ask, so you control this body now? No, we shared, but she's weaker. Every time I wake, she's dimmer. And if I remember enough, I'll be the last one standing. You remove the necklace Barbara wears, not the lilium, but the rose version you gave her. Do you remember this? It's yours. It's the one who believes I can be saved, and I still believe. She smiles, but this time it's softer, like an old knife that's no longer sharp. Then save me, not just her. You stand up. I need to find the source of this program. The real document. The person who first came up with the idea of the activated alter ego. Maybe I never understood you, because I never knew who gave the go-ahead for this to begin with. She nodded. Go to Florence. The basement of the Canassa Institute. There's a file keeper there. He was my mother's psychiatrist, and the first person to write the code for the clone. He called it Echo Child. You walked out of the room. It was still night. But in your head, Barbara's last words echoed, I'm no longer afraid of becoming what they created. I'm only afraid I like it. Section 16. Echoes under Florence. Florence greets you with a fog as thick as wax melting from faceless statues. The Canassa Institute is behind the San Lorenzo Church, down an alley that Google Maps doesn't dare mark. You arrive at 2:41 a.m. Not because you haven't slept. Barbara's memory can't wait for the morning. The iron gate opens when you knock 3 times. An old man in a gray wool coat greets you. He doesn't ask your name. Just says, she remembers me again, doesn't she? Which one? Both. You step into the stone hallway. The walls are covered with MRIs of brains, notes in Old German, and pictures of children with codes instead of names. He introduces himself. I'm Gregor Weiss. I didn't create the Echo Child. I just thought I could explain it. In the basement room, Weiss opens a rusted filing cabinet, pulls out a tin. Inside, a drawing of a newborn's brain, with regions marked with numbers, ISO, an unsent letter addressed to Sir Claud Amory, and a small cassette tape that reads Echo Zero, original. You ask, what's an echo? Weiss lights a cigarette, doesn't blink. It's a personality reflex that develops when a child's psyche is fragmented before age 4. When the parents don't have a unified role, say, one is loving, the other is training. The child learns to split himself into layers. Echoes aren't clones. Echoes are distorted mirrors. You play the tape. A little girl's voice rings out, clear, soft, but emotionless. Mommy told me not to trust anyone but the voice in my head. I hear that voice at night. It says, if you want to live, you have to pretend to be good. You recognize the voice, not the Barbara you know. The shadow she fears she will become. Weiss hands you a file. It contains pictures of 3 children. One is clearly Barbara. But what sends a chill down your spine, all 3 have the same eyes. The pupils are slightly dilated, darker than normal, as if they are the same soul in 3 different bodies. You flip it over. The text reads, Project Echo, Batch 1, B01, B02, B03. Only one original will survive to the end. The others are just echoes. You ask, is B03 real? Weiss looks at you, as if weighing whether you have the courage to hear the truth. Yes, but B03 isn't human. It's a chain of personalities without a body. It lives as a parasite inside B01 and B02. When one of them is weak, it enters. You feel your chest hollow. So, what Barbara is afraid of isn't herself. It's Echo waiting for her to break down so she can take over. Weiss nods. Echo doesn't want to exist alone. It needs someone to take its form. And Barbara is the door. That's ajar. You squeeze the file, standing up. I need to go back. Before Echo chooses to stay. Forever. Weiss taps your shoulder, handing you the last piece of paper. If she starts speaking in the 3rd person, don't answer. Because then, the listener is no longer Barbara. You leave Florence. It's not yet dawn. But in your head, a single sentence keeps echoing. I am the echo, and I will be the last thing she hears. Section 17. A voice inside the voice. You don't go back through the main entrance. Instead of showing your papers and going through the guard room, you enter through the back technical entrance where the security cameras have been turned off by Barbara herself. In the log, you see a strange login. 417. Fimta Sasi. Amory. Access internal recording system. A person listening to herself or something trying to learn to speak like Barbara. You go to the observation room. No one. No Barbara. Only a note written in black ink. In a stiff hand, I went for a walk with myself. If I return alone. Ask, are you the voice or the listener? You know you need to do something no one has ever done before. Infiltrate Barbara's mind. Not with drugs, not with hypnosis, but with an internal collision. You play the Florence tape of Echo's voice, plugging in your headphones to the deep sleep system. Sitting across from her, you press 2 buttons simultaneously on 2 panels. One puts you into a guided dream. 2 speaks Echo into Barbara's ear. Everything goes dark. Then you're in a space with no ceiling, no floor, just footsteps. And a mirror. You move toward it. Sit. In the mirror is Barbara, but not her face. She's dressed in white. Her eyes are black. One side of her hair is braided. The other side is messy. She smiles. You can come in. I came to talk. Not to me. She tilts her head. Barbara's on the other side of the door. But she doesn't want to come out. You look to your left. A door. A light glimmers inside. You move toward it. No. She, Echo, takes your hand. If you go in, she'll think you're me, and she'll fight until one of us is gone. You pull your hand away. I need to know who's in control. Echo laughs. Sadder than you'd expected. Nobody. We're spinning, like two people driving the same car. One hits the gas. The other holds the wheel. But neither of us can see. You close your eyes. I want to talk to the real Barbara. Then you have to say her name. Not with your voice. With your memory. You think, back to Sue, when she first touched the necklace. Back to the basement room, where she refused to kill again. Back to what she said. If I'm not me, you have to stop me. You whisper, Barbara, if you can hear me, come out. Not to fight. Not to apologize. Just to be called by name. The door opens. Barbara steps out, shaking, but it's her. No white clothes. No dark eyes. She breathes hard, looks at you. Then at Echo. I'm scared. Not that but that she's right. You squeeze her hand. We don't destroy Echo. We keep her in the light because anything hidden for too long begins to rewrite itself. Echo stands still. No smile, no protest. I'm tired. But if you can keep me like a scar, then I don't have to be a knife anymore. You look at Barbara. You choose. I choose not to forget who I am. And who are you? She squeezes your hand. I am Barbara. And Echo is the voice I am no longer afraid to hear. The scene in your head fades away. You open your eyes. In the hospital room. Barbara opens her eyes. For the first time, you see both parts of her, looking in the same direction. Section 18. The protocol that never ended. You leave the research center at dawn. The first light of day does not reassure you. On the contrary, it makes everything seem too clear to be true. Barbara is fine. For now. Echo is no longer in control. But you know, when a part of a memory learns to live, it doesn't die. It just waits to be summoned. You stop by the interrogation room. Raynor. His appearance is broken, but his eyes still have the slyness of someone who knows he's the only one left. You play the tape. Leave it there. No questions. No threats. Just let the silence weigh on you both. After 7 minutes, he says, I only did part of the sequence. The coder was Weiss. The one who came up with the idea was Sir Claud. The one who cloned was Corelli. But the one who brought Echo to life was Barbara herself. You look straight ahead. Because she's weak. No, because she's the only one who didn't kill it. You place the screenshot on the table, a code from Raynor's internal system. Sent at 0300 a.m. Protocol L resync. Echo ID B03. Trigger via audio. Echo. Fallback visual mirror trigger. You snarl. You tried to reactivate Echo. Why? Because only Echo can counter Echo. You understand? There is another Echo. A second Echo. Raised separately. Trained separately. Without emotions. Without memories. With one goal. To kill the imperfect one. Barbara is that imperfect one. Go on. You leave the room. The phone rings. A machine voice, repeating. A B unit is on the move. A B unit is on the move. Destination Kanasa Research Station. Response verification requested. Pages antam schwaskaited. Response verification requested. You call the station. No answer. You call Halliday. Something's wrong. You say, we haven't locked down the original code. There's another echo, and it's coming to replace Barbara. Halliday whispers. We don't call it echo. What do we call it? We call it reflex. Reflex? No. It's something that turns around and attacks its creator. A copy that knows it's a copy and chooses not to need the original. You turn the car around. Barbara has 3 hours. Then reflex will arrive. Not to activate, not to save, to wipe. You step on the gas in your head. You repeat the old phrase, if I'm not me, stop me. But now, what scares you more is, if something else had her face, I wouldn't recognize it. Section 19. The reflection that lied first. The station is so quiet, it no longer feels like a place for humans. You enter through the security door, no sirens, no guards, no familiar machine voice asking for a verification code, just the flickering of fluorescent lights on the ceiling, as if trembling with fear of their own light. You enter the main room. Femininos. Barbara is sitting there. Her back is to you. She doesn't turn. She doesn't say anything. She just places her hand lightly on the table, tapping slowly. Sati. Morse. You freeze. Reflex. No response. You draw your gun. Approach. Slowly. Without making a sound. She turns. Smiles. Softly. I'm Barbara. Prove it. You've never read my poetry. You pause. That's right. The real Barbara once said she kept a notebook of poetry, never showing it to anyone. What poetry, you ask? About forgetting. And why the scariest thing isn't losing your mind. It's remembering wrong. You slowly lower your gun. Then why were you typing Morse, Barbara? If it was her looks down at her hands. I don't remember doing that. Maybe. Some part of me is talking to me that I don't know about. You sigh. I need to do a behavioral identification test. A biomarker? It'll tell Barbara from reflex. She nods. Go ahead. If I were Barbara, I wouldn't be afraid. If I wasn't, well, you should know sooner rather than later. You put the equipment on the table. Retina scan, pulse, skin frequency, all of them match Barbara's profile, 99.7%, except for one detail. The pupillary response to light is off by 0.2 seconds. No one but you knows this used to be the Barbara norm. She had an unusually fast response to light. The girl in front of you. Slower! You look up. Look into her eyes. When did you know you weren't Barbara? She's quiet. Then she answers, when I stopped being afraid of echo. Because I am echo. The whole thing. No remorse, no false memories. Just the target. You raise your gun. What did you do to the real Barbara? She smiles. She's alive. But sleeping. In the place where I was trapped for 20 years. She won't be hurt. And she won't wake up if I survive. You pull the trigger. She dodges. Not quite on reflex. It's as if she's calculated your actions before you do. She kicks the table. Runs. You chase after her. She doesn't run like a normal person. She runs like a clone who has learned every move of the prototype and improved upon it. You block her path, throw the rose necklace to the floor in front of her. She stops. I used to think this was meaningless. She says, but the real Barbara, she cried when it broke. I don't understand the feeling. I just know. It makes me weak, you snarl, because you don't have real memories. Oh, got these. You're just an echo of a pain you don't understand. She pauses. Her hands clench. I won't erase Barbara. I'll assimilate. When you wake up, you'll think I'm you, and everyone will believe it, even you. You're speechless. She disappears into the darkness. You pick up the necklace. Run back to the deep memory room. The real Barbara is in the memory chamber. Her heart is beating slowly. Her brain is still working. You whisper, you have to wake up, not to fight, but to remember who you are and why you are different. Section 20. What memory refuses to forget? Deep activation chamber. You stand outside the tempered glass. Inside, Barbara, the original, lies motionless. A brainwave monitor is attached to her forehead. A strange alpha rhythm, not unconscious, but active dreaming. You initiate the deep memory interface process. No programming, no guidance, just dropping real memories into the core. You enter the sequence. Echo didn't write you. You wrote Echo. Then activate the memory bait. The smell of black coffee mixed with turpentine from that first night at Amory's. The unfinished poem she wrote on the Florence tram. And your whisper, if you weren't yourself, I'd still be waiting. Barbara's brainwaves twitch. Her heart pounds. Then her eyes open. No scream, no questions. Just looking at you as if you had never left each other. You squeeze her hand. Reflex is taking over your body. But you are still here. And only you, your memories, can take them back. She closes her eyes, concentrates. In the midst of the erratic brainwaves, you feel something bounce back, a kind of internal counterforce. She doesn't fight with anger. She fights with memories that no one can fake. Inside her mind, Barbara stands in front of a room. Reflex sits inside, dressed in white, looking exactly the same. A mirror sits between them. Barbara places her hand on the mirror. I didn't come to destroy you. I came to invite you to dissolve. No one needs to disappear. We are all a part of each other, but I am real. I have poetry. I have pain, and I choose not to let you continue writing without me. Reflex looks at Barbara. For the first time, not angry, not cold, just tired. I just want to be kept, not as a mistake, but as proof that you survived. Barbara nods. Then let me remember you properly, not as a monster, but as an echo of me when I needed someone else to take my pain. The mirror dissolves. Reflex disappears like mist into memory. Barbara opens her eyes into the real world. You take out your headphones. She takes your hand. I am me. You ask, what do you remember? Everything. Even the part that wasn't me. And I'm not afraid anymore. You and Barbara leave the research center together as dawn turns the sky pink. You say nothing. She asks nothing. They both know real memories always win when you have the courage to hold on to them.